All right, welcome back everybody, and good morning. I hope you had a good rest last night after a big day, and we're all refreshed for another interesting day. I just want to double check that I think everyone has had the briefing in terms of the introduction to things, so I won't go over that. I do, there are quite a few people just listening in again. Ms. Wakara, you're there? Hello. And yes, I see Sarah, Hillary, Sarah Edwards, Sarah Herbert, Hillary, Anaru, Marshall. So welcome everyone, both online and in the room. I think Ms. Marco, we're ready to go again. Who's up next?
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe, Stephen. O I tēnei wai I tukunata rākau ki tā haukainga I timata I tātou hui I runga ngā kupo te atua. E pai ana tērā, Sarah? Have we got somebody to start us off this morning?
Sorry, it's, haven't got my list here. Is someone here? Unable, yes. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Atamari koutou, a tūtahi ka tuku mihi ki te mati o te wā, ki te whānau ruakere, takoto mai nei kei puniho I te ata nei. Engari, moi mai rā, moi mai rā, moi mai rā. Te hunga ora, kia tātou te hunga ora, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tō tātou karakia, tō tātou hui rangi nei, a purutia mai te tauru te rangi kia tīna, kia oena, kia toko te manawa ora. Tīnā toko te manawa ora ki koe, tīnā toko te manawa ora ki a rangi nui e tū nei, ki whaputu ana koe tākoto nei. Ki tēnā, te whānau, nā whanaunga me ngā piringa karanga maa, āpiti atu ki te hunga māwiwi, ki te hunga e taimi ana e te pōuritanga. Oi ara e rongo, whakariaki ki runga kia tīnā, tīnā, hui e, tāki, tāki e tātou.
Thank you very much. And apologies for that oversight. I think probably for good order we should have the health and safety briefing again, Julie.
So kia ora koutou. For those of you that may not have been here yesterday, the important Wi-Fi password is Book Direct. Toilets down to the right through the restaurant or straight down the corridor and on the left. Please help yourself to tea and coffee out in the foyer. In terms of any emergencies, if there's fire, we exit through the main door that we all came in. If there's emergency, drop cover, hold as best you can, and we will await direction from the Devon staff. In terms of COVID protocols, we'd appreciate if you wear masks when you're entering and leaving the room, and if you're moving about. Otherwise, if you're comfortable, you may remove the masks when you're seated and when you're presenting to the commissioners. And just note that we are recording today's proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Just that screenshot there, was that right? It was certainly a full screen yesterday. Great, thank you. Ms. Marco.
Kia ora, morena tātou. Anaru Marshall is scheduled to speak first. He's on Zoom.
Kia ora, Anaru. Can you turn your video on?
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Commissioner.
So were you listening in at all yesterday, Mr. Marshall?
Yes, I was on the Zoom until just after the lunch break, and I listened to
Okay.
the second lunch, the first presentation after lunch. And
All right. So you've met the commissioners
yes,
virtually,
so to speak.
and
Yes.
so to speak, and you've listened to that important discussion we had with Ms. Wakara yesterday about the various legal issues. So
Yes.
you're well briefed on that. So yes, the floor is yours. So over to you.
Thank you very much. And firstly, thank you for seeing me today. I was scheduled for yesterday, but other things I had to take care of in the afternoon. So thank you very much for having me back.
No problems.
Yeah. So just by way of our introduction, waitara i te keiraro, mangehu keirunga. Tatu ki te rangi te hu waka ki te tonga. Ko ngā awa hono hono I nei tongi, ko Taramaukau, ko Manganui, pātea ki te hauauru. Tāngo hoi ki uta, Wanganui, tāngo rākau, hei ao ki te rāwhiti. Ko te tupuna tui tui ko Waiwairoa, kei roto I nei huahanga. Ngā wenua, ngā awa, ngā wairere, ngā puke teitei, ngā kōiwi o ngā tupuna, o tira ngā taonga katoa, o Ngāti Maru Whananui. So that's as part of my introduction, basically our pepeha kōrero for Ngāti Maru. And it outlines really where we are in the world and our tongi, our boundaries and our markers, the rivers and the high places that we identify as our boundaries. So myself, my name's Anaru Waiora Marshall. I'm the lead negotiator for our treaty settlement, also general manager for Te Kāhui Maru Trust, which is the post-settlement governance entity for Ngāti Maru. So I have a bit of background, quite an extensive background in management, worked in the government sector, worked in the private sector, but also and amongst charitable trusts. So a broad experience in a range of areas, also in governance, chair of He Hononga Taiao, which is our regional environmental alliance here for Taranaki. Yeah, but this is kind of new for me, this forum. So I think this is the second time I've presented before you, and it's the second time I've ever done it. So,
you're experienced then.
Yeah. So the purpose of my submission is really around the Ngāti Maru Claim Settlement Bill and specific inclusions in that legislation that relate to this hearing and to this piece of work. Also the Waitara catchment, and to us the Waitara catchment is a significant catchment. It's the biggest. It's one of the biggest catchments in Taranaki, and a bulk of it is within the New Plymouth District Council rohe. So I think it's an important aspect of our presentation for both of us, and the restoration project landscape in Taranaki. So those are the things I'll speak to. So Ngāti Maru, we as I said in our pepeha, we go from Taranaki Maunga, east to the Wanganui River, up to the source of the Waitara River, and around Tatu, where the old coal mines were, and then back down the Waitara River and loop where it joins the Manganui River off the Maunga again. So an extensive region, 22,000 hectares, and I think we made submissions back in 2019, and much has changed for us in that space, mostly around our settlement. And so part of our settlement is establishing an environmental plan, which we call the Ngāti Maru Taiao plan. This has similar implications for plan making as other iwi planning documents under the Resource Management Act. Our settlement bill also includes a requirement to develop a joint management agreement between ourselves and Taranaki Regional Council over the Waitara catchment. And I guess there's no way that the New Plymouth District Council can't be related to that in some way with the amount of work that's going on in the plans that the council has for the Waitara River and its catchment. So this JMA has got to be in place within 6 months of our settlement legislation going through. Our pathway at the moment for our settlement is we've just gone through the select committee hearings last week, and so we're fair way down the track, and we expect to have our third reading early next year, followed by settlement thereafter. So everything is imminent for us. The combined effect of the Maru Taiao plan and the JMA ensure that Ngāti Maru are engaged in resource management processes within our rohe, and our values with respect to the natural world are provided for. Ngāti Maru expect that the provisions for the proposed district plan will be complementary to these outcomes with respect to Indigenous biodiversity. This includes Mātauranga Māori being utilised in identification, restoration and the protection of Indigenous habitat in the district. Not simply an assessment matter considering the effects of an activity. It's also about recognising that while some areas are identified as significant pursuant to the criterion based in Western science, each of these areas are dependent on those around them as an indivisible whole and as a collective or network of habitat and spaces provided for an indigenous biodiversity, and subsequently the relationship we are able to have with those places and species. The other change in context since we made our original submission is the coordination of He Hononga Taiao. So He Hononga Taiao is the regional alliance, as I said earlier. It was established as a result of COVID-19, and it's brought $11.5 million worth of investment into the region. Specifically, all of this is in the conservation estate. A number of these projects are on the Waitara River and within the New Plymouth District Council rohe as well. So there's a significant, I guess there's a significant amount of investment, but there's also, what's unique about this is the makeup of the alliance, and it's made up of central government representation through DOC, local government representation through the Taranaki Regional Council, iwi engagement through the iwi Chairs Forum, and I'm the representative for that on there, and also Wild for Taranaki, which represents the wider conservation community. So it's a unique structure in that sense. I don't need to talk too much more about that. Just on the water bodies as set out above, our settlement bill includes express requirements for the development of the JMA, which extends into plan making and resource consent processes. It's expected that this will enable the provisions of the Maru Taiao plan to be implemented. The settlement bill also includes statutory acknowledgements across all water bodies in our rohe. Being the last iwi to settle here in Taranaki, we observed how statutory acknowledgements established by other iwi have worked over the water bodies as an engagement tool. So our expectations are that Ngāti Maru expertise regarding the identification, restoration and protection and the regulation of activities which may impact on water bodies within our rohe will be utilised in every instance and application process. And while I acknowledge that there are several steps to take for this bill to be enacted and for the Maru Taiao plan and the JMA to be developed before they be considered, it's pertinent to foreshadow these changes that will occur in the near future and have impact over the life of this proposed district plan. So our recommendations to address these issues that I've raised is that the development of the Ngāti Maru environmental plan, the Maru Taiao plan, and the establishment of the JMA between Ngāti Maru and Taranaki Regional Council as it relates to the Waitara catchment is noted. in the plan, and the future resource management role of the Marutaiao plan and JMA during the life of the proposed district plan is acknowledged. It's further acknowledged that a business as usual planning approach to these arrangements is not sufficient. We think coherent, integrated and mana enhancing planning provisions are required. And that's my short submission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. We'll start with some questions from Commissioner Coffin. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Anaru.
Tēnā koe.
Thank you very much for your statement. It's very clear and straightforward. I just had a couple of questions.
Yes.
You have already given a little bit of an explanation of where you are in the settlement process in terms of the select committee. So you're quite a way down the track. And
Yes.
and in your brief, you did mention that the Ngāti Marutaiao plan and the JMA will be in place shortly after. I was just wondering whether there's been any work on the Ngāti Marutaiao plan already, or you're going to wait till the settlement's completed, establish the JMA, and then do the Taiao plan. I just want to get a feel of the process of how that rolls out.
Yes. For us, it's at the moment, it's a bit of a resourcing matter. And so, yeah, as we get further down the track towards settlement, that's when the major work's been done. But there's been quite a bit of thinking about it, and we've been discussing it with regional council for some time now. And so we have a bit of a picture of how that's going to come together, because the Taiao plan is also, it's so tightly linked with the JMA that they're almost going to be one piece of work for us.
Okay. In terms of the plan itself, you did mention that it's similar to those other iwi management plans that are prepared under the Resource Management Act. And there are a number of plans prepared under the Act and other legislation, including treaty settlements. And you might be familiar with the Te Ture Whaimana, the vision and strategy for the Waikato River, which it's a strategy. It's not an iwi management plan per se, but it has the same weight or status as a national policy statement, and where the provisions are different, the vision and strategy has precedence. And I just wondered, when you said it's going to be an iwi management plan, were you thinking it's going to have the same status as management plans under the Resource Management Act, or is it going to have its own status peculiar to this particular JMA and settlement?
Yes, yeah, and that's what we're hoping to achieve. Yeah, that it'll be linked to our settlement legislation. And we kind of came to that because of the way that the Resource Management Act is being, I guess, reviewed and probably replaced. And so, you know, what are we going to, where are we going to end up? And so we wanted something that was going to be linked into some legislation that we were intimately connected to.
Yeah, are you familiar with the bill that's going through the select committees? I'm just thinking if you can recall offhand what the words specifically about the plan are. All resource managers delivering functions and services under the Resource Management Act shall give effect to Ngāti Marutaiao plan, something like that.
Yes, yeah, it's to give effect.
I'm not putting words in your mouth, but
no, but that's the language.
Okay, that's the type of language.
Yes.
Okay. I'll just check to see if I've got any other questions. I think that was all the questions I had. Just a question about post-settlement, and I'm just thinking, and you established the JMA and the plan is in place. Are you thinking that there's going to necessarily be changes to plans like regional plans, district plans as a result of your legislation, or was that something that's a little bit further down the track to think about?
Yeah, I think so. This, with regard to our environmental plan in that JMA on that Waitara catchment,
yes,
there's a number of recent legislations, or there's some recent legislation with the Waitara Lands Act.
yes,
and part of that is to establish a Waitara River Committee, and it has some functions there. And so I guess for us, is in the development of our plan, we're talking about those entities that are already there, and we're looking at, is there any way with our JMA that we can amplify or enable more functions for those committees that are operating on the river as well.
Thank you, that was really helpful.
Okay.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Tēnā koe. Your evidence was very clear, and I don't have any questions of you, but thank you for presenting it.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Mr. Marshall.
Good morning.
Morning. I guess the question that I have for you is around timing and process. I've read with interest about the development of the environmental plan and what stage the JMA between Ngāti Maru and the TRC is at. It seems to me that both of those documents, if you like, have come post notification of the district plan and post notification of iwi submissions to the district plan. And so, and this is not a criticism, but when you say in your recommendations that the development of the plan and the JMA and the future management role of the plan and the JMA during the life of the plan should be acknowledged and noted in the district plan, my immediate question is, how do we do that?
Yeah.
I don't have an answer.
No, nor do I. Not the technical side of it. But part of our settlement too is to establish relationship agreements with bodies and organisations that we have relationships with, and New Plymouth District Council is key to that as well. So,
yeah. They would obviously sit outside the plan.
Yes.
I guess what I'm driving at, Mr. Marshall, is whether those recommendations that you've itemised in paragraph 19 are something that this panel can give effect to now, whether it's for a future process as part of the ongoing district plan evolution.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know the answer to that at the moment, Commissioner.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay.
I'd like to take some advice though on that and explore it a bit more.
Sure. I mean, I'm sure the planners will have some indication on that, and yes. I see Ms. Waikaira has just popped up on my screen. So.
Yes, I'd be happy to speak to that if it would assist.
Yes, certainly, Ms. Waikaira, if you had any advice for us on that question, that would be great.
I take Commissioner McMahon's point, sir, and see this as being part of the broader context that we talked about yesterday, the context that included the presentation of Mr. Tuta in relation to forthcoming arrangements, and also the context around the change of the RMA and an expectation that the district plan recognises and affords protection for an acknowledgement of Māori issues, and the fact that the district itself, within those broader planning documents that are forthcoming, will have a much greater Māori lens and Māori decision-making lens across them. So I see it as, at this stage, sitting in that broader contextual part of the decisions to be made, and for the plan to recognise its role in presenting itself as part of that convergence. And of course, when the act is made operative, then there'll be a perhaps meatier role, of course, for the plan to play.
Yes, thank you for that. And that's sort of the answer I was anticipating, I guess. In the first instance, there's obviously a clear process involving the Taranaki Regional Council and the Marukaio Plan and the JMA, and that's, I mean, the Regional Council is specifically mentioned in Mr. Marshall's paragraph 9, and and of course the MPS FM specifically contemplates a partnership approach to the production of a RPS and regional plan compliant with the MPS FM 2020. So a lot of work for iwi in that space between now and December 2024. And that will, what comes out of that will actually give some direction to the district council, I imagine also. I guess, Ms. Wakera, all I was sort of wondering is, in the interim, apart from the broad context that you referred to, does the panel need to do any more?
Didn't they, sir? I wouldn't say that the bill provisions specifically impose on the panel a requirement in terms of the specific planning provisions as yet, because they are not yet enacted.
Yes.
So I'd still say that there are some strong considerations in relation to that direction of travel that we discussed yesterday.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, there would be a lot of second guessing going on, wouldn't there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you. Sorry to Mr. Marshall. Sorry to take away your thunder on that.
No,
those
that's
answers through yourself and Ms. Waikira satisfy my question. So thank you for that. That was all from me, Stephen.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, I have 3 questions. The first one relates to the JMA and the integration with both the Regional Council and other iwi. How many iwi authorities cover parts of the Waitara River?
I believe there's 5 of us.
Okay.
There's Ngāti Tama, Ngāti Mutunga, Ngāti Maru, Te Atiawa, and also Ngāti Ruanui, who are south-based, but they come into the Manganui catchment, which is part of the Waitara catchment.
So I'm aware that that Waitara River, there's a big hook back into the Eastern Hill Country, doesn't it? It goes quite a way north. So that's, and hooks in. So the question really was...
excuse me, yeah, and also Ngāti Maniapoto are in there as well.
Yes, it rises in Ngāti Maniapoto land, isn't it? Yes. So is that... I'm aware that regional councils are catchment based, so is the whole of the Waitara River, including the Maniapoto area, within the regional council boundaries, do you know?
Yes, I believe so. I believe it is. The regional council, yes. Definitely.
Yes. So...
Sir, not to interrupt, but if it might assist, the Ngāti Maru Taranaki Claim Settlement Bill is publicly available, and Waitara River, as it is defined, is in proposed section 83. It has the meaning set out in section 4 of the New Plymouth District Council Waitara Lands Act 2018.
Okay.
So that will be whatever that meaning is, and that act will be the scope in relation to the defined term Waitara River. Okay,
thank you. So it's really a forward-looking question I have specifically. It's about, I suppose we're seeing a very strong collective iwi presence in our hearings here, which I think's just fantastic. I made some mention yesterday that for us as a panel, that integration between all the iwi, not necessarily speaking with one voice, because you all have your own issues and particular matters you want to advance, but as a coordinated group, do you see that going forward with the regional council and the JMA and these other iwi authorities all involved? Is that the plan?
Yes, certainly. Especially with the establishment of the Waitara River Committee, which will have those iwi representatives on there, as well as regional council membership on there as well.
Yes.
But yes, and so what we're proposing is that we just put the river at the centre, and whatever the needs of that are, we work back from there.
We've had quite a lot of evidence, particularly from the iwi submitters, about the need to integrate Te Mana o Te Wai as between the functions of a regional council and also the functions of the district council, which deals with the surface of water bodies, activities adjoining Waterbodies. Just thinking ahead, and this will be worked out. We don't have any influence in this, but I'm just interested to know whether New Plymouth District Council is planned to be part of that committee, or do you know anything about that?
Of the Waitara River Committee?
Yes, yes.
I think the New Plymouth District Council already is part of it through the legislation. Not necessarily the River Committee, but there's another body. So the River Committee is really from the upper reaches of the river.
Okay.
Yes, and
Yes.
New Plymouth District Council is. I think they're connected with the lower reaches body.
All right. But Te Mana Otiwai talks about
yes.
mountains to the sea, doesn't it? It's,
Yes, that's right.
It's a very holistic concept. Yes. All right. In your paragraph 14, you mentioned 3 documents: Taranaki 250, Tapu Aeroa, and the Taranaki Iwi Recovery Strategy.
Yes.
Can you just tell me, just very briefly, a little bit about each of those?
About those documents? Yes, certainly. The Tapu Aeroa, Taranaki 2050 Tapu Aeroa is the regional, I guess, vision strategy going forward, economic and social and economic vision strategy, and that was established by the various councils here in Taranaki, and that was adopted at a regional level. When we got into COVID last year, we were looking at how we're going to get out of this and what did the recovery look like, and that's when we established the Taranaki Iwi Recovery Strategy. When we presented it back to the councils who were leading the general recovery, they said, well, let's adopt that because it looks like it could fit quite well into for the whole community. And that wasn't a surprise to us, but so we said, yes, definitely, let's do that. So the Taranaki Iwi Recovery Strategy was combined with Tapu Aeroa and Taranaki 2050 to become, I guess, the recovery strategy coming out of COVID.
Okay, thank you for that.
So it's a very integrated and a strategy overall, because it pulls together the commercial and economic aspects of the region, as well as social and iwi as well. So,
thank you. That's very interesting. Yes, thank you for that clarification. And I have one more question. It's about your paragraph 16, and just wanted to get a bit more of a view from you about the statutory acknowledgement areas over water bodies and how you use those as an engagement tool. I just want to expand on that a bit.
So what we've done is, with our statutory acknowledgements, they're basically the same mechanism that all other iwi have used. So it's in the legislation, but it's how the relationships have developed around those statutory acknowledgements, and so that's what we're looking at. And I guess that's a benefit of us being the last iwi in Taranaki to settle, as we get to see how it's been working with other iwi and trying to gain the same nature of relationship with the councils through those.
And under that, you're notified of activities that are occurring in your statutory acknowledgement area, and you have an opportunity to get early notice of those and perhaps participate in resource consent processes and those sorts of things if you were interested.
That's right. Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. I think you noted that you're a relative novice at that. Oh, sorry, a relative novice at appearing before a panel like ours. I have to say you're a natural. What I really enjoyed about your evidence as a witness is you haven't overreached. You've just told us what you know, And when you've asked for some assistance, you just have gone to that, and that's really useful, and certainly appreciate your help here, and we'll hopefully see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you all.
Who's up next?
Julie Healy from Ngāti Te Hapu.
Thank you. Welcome, Julie.
So we've just provided just a short presentation with some
Sure.
photographs.
Sure. There's not a written brief, is there? Is there a written brief or not?
Yes, a written brief.
There is?
Yes.
Okay. Right. I'll just find that. Right, I have that. Welcome again, Julie. Nice to see you again.
Kia ora.
Yeah, kia ora.
Good to see you.
The floor is yours.
Pari tutu te pau, toko maru te waka ko ngā motu te moana, te ati awa te iwi. Te rohe o Ngāti Te Piti kuau i o ngā motu, e ngā mahanga tairi hoki. Waitapu te urupā kei reira o kutupuna, ko Julie Healy angi au. Kia tuku te mihi, kia koutou, tēnā nō tātou koutou. My full name is Julie Healy. I'm the chairperson of the Ngāti Te Whiti Hapu. I'm providing the statement in support of the submission of the Ngāti Te Whiti, as well as the submissions of Te Kotahitanga o Te Atiawa. I've been involved in the resource consents with Ngāti Te Whiti for 3 years. Over that time, I've experienced the impacts of effects-based planning with the promulgation of the Operative District Plan in the early 2000s through to today. Under the current ODP, Ngāti Te Whiti have considered the impact of a broad range of activities, including urban development, growth, earthworks, subdivision, network utilities and public access, on our relationship with our ancestral lands, water sites, waitapu and other taonga, the protection of historic heritage, our ability to implement our roles as kaitiaki, and more broadly, the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Ngāti Te Whiti have experienced changes in New Plymouth that have direct bearing on the topics of this hearing. These will be described later. However, as a direct result of this experience, I understand the impact of poor engagement through both plan making and resource consent processes, poor integration between regional and local authority functions, insufficient scope to consider the full effects of an activity, and how cultural values are provided for through direct resource management processes. More recently, I contributed to the development of the Te Atiawa Iwi Environmental Management Plan, Tai Whenua, Tai Tangata and Tai Ao. This plan articulates the resource management issues in Aotearoa as we understand them through the Ao Māori worldview. This plan also articulates our objectives and policies with respect to those issues. Since 2018, I have represented Ngāti Te Whiti on Ngāi Kaitiaki, a reference group that has provided strategic advice to council officers through the district plan review and the proposed district plan being considered by the Commission. As a result, I understand the strategic intent of the PDP and the outcomes sought for relationship of Ngāti Te Whiti with our ancestral lands, water sites, waitapu and other taonga. The purpose and scope of this evidence. The purpose of this evidence is to address A, Mikotahi and the inclusion of our tupuna maunga with the rest of her maunga as part of the areas scheduled as an outstanding natural landscapes and outstanding natural features. B, water bodies, particularly the effects of urban development, including earthworks and buildings in close proximity. In prepared evidence, I have read A, the natural features and the landscapes and water bodies, chapters of the proposed district plan, B, the Ngāti Te Whiti submission, C, the Te Kotahitanga Te Atiawa Iwi Environmental Management Plan, Tai Whenua, Tai Tangata, Tai Ao. C, Mikutahi, an outstanding natural feature in landscapes. Ngāti Te Piti, a mana whenua of these areas, proposed to be included in the ONL and ONF. Ngāti Te Piti people have born, lived and died on the New Plymouth coastal boundary for a millennium or more, and our past and present social history is inextricably connected with the New Plymouth coastline and its land. The cultural and spiritual importance of the coastline and the marine area continues to be embodied in waiata, pepeha, traditions and histories of continues to underpin the mana and mauri o Ngāti Te Piti. These ideologies and histories reinforce the connection, tribal identity and continuity between generations to the present. Ngāti Te Piti draws its mana whenua from the land and through the land. Ngāti Te Piti mana whenua survives to the present day. Through mana whenua, there are cultural narratives which form a part of these ONL and ONF in adjacent areas. Some of these include our relationship with Paritutu, Ngā Tai I Rua, Paparoa, Motu Kuku, Motu Roa, Motu Mahanga, Otaura, Pararaki, and Motu o Tamatea. B. Te Tai o Rehua, the reefs, Waikaranga, Toku Tapu, Toku Mapuna, Paparoa, Tai Kokako, Pineke, Kinake, Uku Mokomoko, and Tarawhita, and their resources these provide for mana whenua. C. Herekawe, Hongi, Tutu, and Waitapu streams. D. Numerous pa and papakainga and urupā, including the Mikutahi, Otaka Moturoa, Paritutu, and the associated archaeological, cultural, historic, scientific, and technological features of these sites. Mikutahi was a half-tide island connected to the mainland at the base of Paritutu, and now forms part of Port Taranaki. It is, and always will be, part of the Ngā Motu and the landscape of features of these sites. Ngāti Te Piti prepared a cultural values statement to educate Port Taranaki Limited about the mai, the pain and historic actions of Port Taranaki Limited and its predecessor and organisations. It is designed as a tool for Port Taranaki to deliver on its obligations under the RMA as they apply to various resource management processes. This includes engaging the cultural expertise of Ngāti Te Piti to inform both policy and resource consent processes. The CVs articulates clear recommendations in relation to the protection of the Mikutahi. I've attached an appendix to my evidence. I support the officer recommendation to include Mikutahi in the natural features and landscapes chapter, schedules 8 and 10 in the planning maps. Chapter. D. Water bodies. The land uses within the rohe of Ngāti Te Piti are varied. However, our rohe is unique in that much of New Plymouth urban area is in our rohe. Residential, industrial, commercial, mixed uses, open spaces and recreation uses and zonings, as well as growth areas, the hospital and the port areas. Many awa traverse our rohe, including the Waiwakaio, Te Hanui, Huatoki, Herekawe, Waimea, Hongi Hongi, Waitapu, Tutu and the Rongotuku and their tributaries. Our awa have suffered long-term effects from the urban development, including earthworks and the construction of buildings in close proximity. My lived experience of the effects of this urban development include my upbringing on Pioneer Road, where we had plenty of places to explore. Our horses were kept in the paddock adjacent to our property. The back paddock was steep all the way down to the Hongi Hongi stream, and we were restricted from that area, and of course we never listened. I always understood the property belonged to Harry Damon, my father's boss. Sometimes I think Harry's name was used to scare us kids off. However, later I discovered Crown Hill along the base of the Hongi Hongi was the far side of our tūpuna, Te Whiti Tuatahi. To our whānau, this area was considered a site of area and an area of significance in tapu. In those days, the Hongi Hongi fed the banks of Marakai, providing for our tūpuna. Waka had access to the awa for trade and transport. As a result of urban development facilitated by earthworks and buildings in close proximity, though the Hongi Hongi remains special to my whānau, my hapu and I, much of the Hongi Hongi has been reduced to a stormwater infrastructure piped to its outlet at the western end of the Ngā Motu beach. Another stream, the Tutu, a tributary of the Hongi Hongi, flowed onto the foreshore out to the Ngā Motu Te Moana. Tutu has been entirely deleted. The Tutu was described as being 2 acres in area. Once upon a time, a tauranga waka, a landing place for waka. my tūpuna Mary Tātana and 37 others petitioned in 1933. Dispute of 2 acres in area was a fishing reserve and a kāinga, that Ngāti Te Whiti had permanent possession of an occupation on from ancient times and that their occupation had not been disturbed. Other notable water bodies were the fishing ponds and the sand dunes where our tūpuna would catch tuna. In 1969, the tidal strip between Mikutahi and Paritutu was covered over to provide for the planned power station. Papamoa Mussel Reef and other reefs from Paritutu to Kawerau were destroyed during the construction of the Lee Breakwater and the land reclamation. The Waitapu stream ran from the base of Mangaroa to Namutu, Te Moana via Bailey Road Reserve. Similarly to the Hungi Hungi, much of the Waitapu stream has been reduced to a stormwater infrastructure pipe to its outlet at the bottom of the Bailey Road, near the centre of Namutu Beach. The Mongaotuku stream, a tributary to the Huatoki, has been redirected at the Bonathan Avenue to discharge onto the reef of the Lee Breakwater to control flooding. Further along the natural course of the Mongaotuku, it is again piped below Queen Street, disturbing the Waihitapu to discharge at a point of foreshore below the Pukeariki landing. The natural flow of the Mongaotuku would have met the Huatoki at the western side of the central business district. The Huatoki River flows from close to Taranaki Maunga down through rural lands through the urban area to the foreshore. The estuary of the Huatoki opened from the Pukeariki Pā, where the Pukeariki Museum stands today, to Waimanu Pā, where Bunnings is located. It is now a narrow choking outlet. The Huatoki, in my opinion, is a remnant of its former self. The Waimea, a tributary that feeds into the Huatoki along the Mongaotuku, its natural flow has been heavily interrupted in some parts, making it impossible for native fish species to migrate and spawn. Many of those interruptions are the new Plymouth District Plan infrastructure, including the Waimea Dam and the recent stormwater infrastructure works at Bromley Street Reserve. Nauri o Te Whiti Tuatahi have suffered from the ever-changing landscape, redirection, deletion and restricted access to awa. The ODP have failed to set clear expectations with the development community and the council itself that water is of the utmost importance, irrespective of where it is located in the district or its current state of degradation. That A, awa are not stormwater infrastructure, B, all Wai is interconnected through Wakapapa, C, Wai has its own mana, its own mauri and its own intelligence, being with memory, spirit and feelings. D, the relationship of Ngāti Te Whiti with those areas must be recognised and provided for. It is worth sharing a recent example of positive partnership in regard to the proposed multi-storey building on Mapera Pā adjacent to Huatoki River, Graham Street development. A cultural impact assessment prepared by Ngāti Te Whiti Hapu was engaged and the recommendations utilised to inform the proposed development, including elements recognising and providing for the relationship of Ngāti Te Whiti with the Huatoki throughout the development. In my opinion, the mana of the Huatoki has been given effect to. Secured by resource consent conditions, Ngāti Te Whiti will be engaged to inform the development as it progresses. Ngāti Te Whiti expect that the PDP will remedy those issues identified through provisions which are clear, precise and drive purposefully towards the restoration of all water bodies in Ngāti Te Whiti Rohi and district. I disagree with the reporting officer's statements that the highly modified nature of the urban area and the absence of evidence and the effects of silt and sediment entering urban water bodies for those reasons described above. Recommendations. To address the issues that I have raised, this evidence recommends A, the retention of the officer's recommendations to include Mikutahi with Paritutu and the rest of Namutu as an outstanding natural landscape, an outstanding natural feature, and B, the setbacks of earthworks and buildings apply to all urban areas as well as rural areas throughout the district. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you very much,
Oh, I have some slides.
Ms. Healy. So you have some slides.
Yes.
You want to take us through those and just talk us through them one by one?
Okay, so we do have a bit of narrative down the bottom here, but the picture here you'll see is the picture of the sugar loaves in the background. Of course, might just come to the picture here. These buildings in the front here is the Huatoki, the river mouth. Where the cross is in the middle is where the reclamation was done for the railway, where the landing is today. There are little buildings in the back. I think you can see a flagstaff I don't know if all you guys could see it, but
Yes,
just
yes,
on the top
yes,
left there,
yes.
that there is what they call Mount Elliot, and that is Pukeariki.
Yes. Ms.
Um,
Ms. Healy, before you go off this slide, I want to compare this to a figure in the CIA you prepared for Port Taranaki Limited. So if we could keep that on the screen, and do you have your a copy of the CIA there with you?
cultural value.
So on page, it's not page numbered, but I think about the third page through, you'll see there's a figure at the top of the page.
Oh, yes.
Yes, which names each of these Ngā Motu.
Ngā Motu Islands.
You call these the Ngā Motu Islands.
Ngā Motu, yeah.
Yes.
So that's Ngā Motu, Motu Islands, many islands.
So I just wanted to confirm with you, your evidence talks about Mikatahi being a half-tide island, so you can wade out to that. Is Mikatahi, or is Mikatahi the island?
Shall I point it?
Yeah, point it, yes. That would be really good.
You can see it in the background. I was kind of making
The
my way
commissioners
around
won't be
the
able to see this,
coastline.
but,
This one here,
okay.
that's the one that's closest to the shore.
No, love, it's, no, that one.
So all the other islands are on the other side over there. So Mikotahi is the
No.
one that's in
No.
the breakwater here.
Over here.
I think it, just by the
There's one
map for me, it might be the one to the right.
It's the
is
one
it?
over, it's the right, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Julie, could you put your cursor?
We do have other slides,
No,
which
but-
might...
Yeah. So no, I think
It's
Julie's
pushing
telling
right.
us it's that one there.
Right, that one. Yeah, kia ora.
Okay, because that lines up with the, to me, and those other bumps.
Probably a bit more overarching issue with marketing and how it's functioning.
Hey?
Okay, those other ones look like they're labelled as mahui. Is that right? The ones that Tane was pointing to behind.
So at the back there, you've got
Yes.
the pointy one would be Moturoa.
Yes.
You can't see Motu Mahanga, it's kind of behind the slide. We do
Okay.
have other slides with a lot clearer.
Okay, well, we'll go to the other slides then.
I was just kind of making
Yeah,
my way around
sure,
the coastline.
okay.
So there's Mikutahi there, and you can see Motoro in the background.
Yes.
So this was taken on the day, I think it was about 81? Laying the founding stone for the breakwater, I think it was by Frederick Carrington,
Okay.
who was the man who decided that this would be the best place to build a wharf, to build the port or the breakwater.
Mm.
So you can see Mikutahi in the background there.
Okay. Thank
Have
you.
another slide there. So it just shows that it's, it was definitely not connected. Of course, you can see Mikatahi in the background again by this stranded boat.
Yes. Mikatahi was a pass site. It was
Yes,
a
yes, it was a past site. It was inhabited by people. It was a place where of refuge.
Yes.
It was a place where they stored kai.
Mm.
Heaps of rua pits up there, apparently. Still see.
And it was a defensive power, as I understand it. It's,
Yeah, it was, and I think, of course, when we had the invading iwi come
Yes,
down,
yes.
especially, like it was our bastion, the last point, well, Ngāti Te Piti
Yes.
would have been Mikutahi, then Waikato come down in
Yes.
1832-ish,
Yes,
32, 33, and they were able to hold off for a long time. Not only did they had enough kai for, I think, 300 people, they managed,
Yes.
but weren't able to hold out for too long. We still had the support of, I think it was Upanaki coming
yes.
up,
Yes.
delivering kai.
So I've read some of that history about Mikatahi being the last bastion, I suppose. Yes. Okay, thank you for that.
I think I have another slide. And so there's a good picture there. You'll show those rocks that are adjoining were actually removed. I think they were used for rubble for the breakwater. It's tested. Fishing rock would be the one on the outer.
Yes.
So this is in the 80s. So we have another slide. So that's just proving, you know, the setup. This photo was taken from the Mikutahi itself. You can see where the sand is building up. I think it's just due to the breakwater build. It's just like, it's not spoil. I don't think it's been dredged there, but this is part of the plan. I think Mikutahi was used as, looked at as for developing the breakwater. If it was not there, then the breakwater would have gone out to Motoroa to stop that whole sand drifting, because there's forever continuous drifting. So that would have been the delay, and the cost to build the port in those days was just so bad. I think Waitara Harbour Board actually helped pay for part of it too.
Okay.
It was just an ongoing cost.
So material from Mikutahi was quarried to make some of the breakwater. Is that what you're saying?
The rocks, I think, that were adjacent, that were right next to Pari Tutu.
They were the source.
Yeah, and there were, I think, cement blocks made as well.
Okay, thank you.
We would have lost Pari Tutu too if it, fortunately, the rock wasn't good enough for development. Heavily modified, yeah. Well, you can see in that, it's not. Well, you can see in that old picture here. I think this might have been taken around, I was guessing, I think it's in the early 20s. Just looking at the cool stores, because I know that burned on stage. And Mikutahi is still there.
So Mikutahi's the top
Yeah, so
cone-shaped.
no, that's Motoroa.
That's Motoroa. So Mikutahi's the one closer in that's smaller.
Yeah,
There it
so
is.
it's probably
Yes.
lost a bit of itself
Yes.
through some of the port development.
Okay, thank you for that.
So we have, did you put those? And these are just another slide of the port back in, was it 1929? So still in those days, we would have had our tupuna that would have been able to go down to their island to get their kaimoana. But things were totally closed off then. We actually had people living along there, right along to that wharf. They were evicted in 1935, I think, by some made-up story that there was some disease. I think there was the people had to evacuate the area. But that was just clearly for development for the port. So we lost a lot of, our people lost a lot of kai right along from Pari Tutu, I guess, all the way to Kawaroa. All those reefs were being destroyed. As it is now, we can't even go down to the back of Pari Tutu because it's all protected marine site, marina. So. And these are more slides, photos again of Pari Tutu. You can see in the middle picture there that I think that's part of, I don't think it's fishing rock, but it's one of those rocks in between that's been blasted. And the rubble being used for the development of the port. Pari Tutu, you will see on the top there, still has it's a different shape there than what it is today, because the blasting of the quarry started on the other side by the Ivan Watkins side. And that took away that ridge. So there again, you can see where the or the reefs, Tarawhata and all those reefs in front there of Ngāmotu Beach. Well, you've got the Eastern Reclamation now that's taken all those reefs away. So this is probably after 75. I think the Lee Breakwater was started in something like 67. I'll get my dates right. I remember us playing along there.
So the power station development started in the late 60s as well.
So you can see the power station going up along there. Yeah, so the late 60s, 67-ish, I guess. See Mikutahi, there's some sort of, I don't know, it's starting to join with the development there, but it's still open background. It is now totally fenced in, covered in cement. So the Mikutahi, this is where 300 people could have stayed and be, under shelter. I think there was a magazine actually in there, but I can't see where it's planted. It's going to proposal to blow the island at that stage. I think there's another. Did we put those other ones? Damn. Hey? Damn. Oh. I did have some other slides of just showing where in the water bodies, where the neighbouring organisation, I think it was IWD, all of that beach, all of that land at the back, of course with the Waitaki to us, the areas where IWD had dumped their drums, where there is now residential areas, they covered a lot of gullies, tributaries, right down leading into the Herekawe, which is quite sad. So I did have some slides of that, but I was a bit late sending them through. Also showing at the Mangaotuku, I think Marfell was another dump site for IWD where the drums had seeped out into the Mangaotuku and there were just 50 or more eels trapped all along the river that were collected right down to Gain Street, I think. People were fishing them out for days. They were just dead eels, just through leaking, contamination, just through poor planning and no consultation or engagement with mana whenua in those days. Where the ODP might have been a bit better, but hopefully the PDP is a lot better.
Yes, we're hearing you. Yes.
Yeah. Anything else?
So,
I think that's the last of the slides.
Is that slideshow available to us? It would be good to have that, and certainly we'd be happy if you added in any other slides and got it to us via the hearing administrators.
The other lights I talked about too?
Yes.
Yeah, I can email those through.
You can add those in.
Oh, thank you. Sarah can do it.
Okay. All right, so we'll go to some questions. Commissioner Coffin is the first off.
Where's these?
Tēnā koe, Julie.
Kia ora, Antoine. How are you?
Very good, thank you. The sun's just decided to poke its head out. It's been miserable all day this morning, and after, when you spoke, the sun came out, so that's a bit of a talk.
There you go. Can't wake up. It's raining here.
Much of my questions are quite specific to Mikotahi. We've had the landscape assessment done specifically for Mikotahi, and it recommends that Mikotahi be scheduled as an outstanding natural landscape feature. And there are a number of submitters who are opposed to the addition. And so I just want to make sure that I'm really clear about some of the information that's been provided, and I'm hoping you might be able to help.
I don't know.
So the first one is at paragraph 12 of your evidence.
Yes.
And you list A, B, C, and D. And I'm particularly interested in A, and I'm assuming that these are the names for the motu, those motu tere.
Right.
Pare tutu, which is quite clear to us. Ngā tai e rua, I couldn't exactly work out whereabouts that one was. Is that one of the motu?
Yes, it's not on our map.
Okay. But it's one of the motu.
It is one of the motu. Could have been the other name for
Paparoa, that's a reef, but also it's intertidal, I understand. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, it would have been in the back of Paritutu.
Okay, yep. And Motu Kuku? Whereabouts is that motu?
Oh. No, that's all Yeah, it could be spelled differently.
Okay.
There are a couple of islands out there with the same island with different names.
Oh, absolutely. It's likely that there might be several names for one particular island. And then the last one was Pararaki.
Yes. It's the one closest to the shore.
Oh, it's close to shore. Okay.
Well.
Thank you.
And a low tide it is.
That's helpful. My next question is about Mikotahi Island, and it's been put to us that by one submitter that the island Mikotahi is less significant because it's no longer an island. And I just wondered whether, in your view, from Ngāti Te Whiti perspective, is Mikotahi any less significant than any of the other motu as a result of not being an island as such, surrounded by water?
No, it's not less significant, but it has been made because we don't have access to the island in that way. But as spiritually connected, we are still very important to the hapu, Ngā Mahanga, Tairi and Ngāti Te Whiti.
Thank you. And this perhaps might be a rhetorical question, but it's still really important. Is Mikotahi part of the Waiata, Pepeha traditions of Ngāti Te Whiti?
Yes, it is. We have our Waiata crew at the back here. Our kaumātua here. Kapai.
And in an ideal world, how do you think Mikotahi should be protected?
Protected?
Yes.
No further development, I guess, in that area. Other protections. Any work we should be given effect to any work that's going to happen in that area, but definitely no further development. It would be great, can I add to that? It would be great if we could access to it. I know our kaumātua would just like to freely go down to Mikotahi and, do what they wish to do, but with the current state that it's in at the moment, you need security, you need induction onto the port. It's quite a process to get down there.
Mm. And my understanding from the port is they're quite what's the word? They're quite supportive of the idea of providing formal access, but with arrangements, as you've set out. So I don't think there's any barrier necessarily to the wish or the providing access, as long as it's done through, in terms of health and safety and those types of things.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
And I understand there is an agreement?
There is an agreement. Again, like I said, with inductions and all those processes, that we'll have access to Mikotahi. But I don't think you can actually go there and fish off there. You cannot kind of walk over the site. You've got those big blocks in front, plus so many seals to get through. You wouldn't be able to. You've got to stand at least a metre or two away from the end of the breakwater.
Oh, there's a bit of competition. Okay.
Yeah, so we can actually get down there.
Mm.
But not the way we'd like to.
Yeah, thank you. Those were my questions. That was really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Littlejohn.
Tēnā koe. Because of past associations, I won't be assisting in the deliberations on the inclusion of Mikotahi into the NFL provisions. So I just wanted to let you know that. But I did want to thank you really sincerely for your evidence. It was, for me, it was a little bit like a walk down memory lane. As this was my playground when I was a boy, really, all around Ngā Mutu with my grandma and the likes. Anyway, I don't want to bore you with those stories. The one thing I was quite interested in knowing was, say in your evidence that the work for the Lee breakwater began in 1969. Do you recall how long it took? I mean, I was born in 1969, so I don't really have a sense of how long it took. Do you know off the top of your head how long it took to build?
I think it might have been 70s, in the early 70s. Definitely early 70s. I think it might be.
One of my the reason I'm interested, one of my earliest memories when my parents broke up was we lived at the Belt Road Motor Camp, as with mum and 3 young kids. And I remember, I've got a very vivid memory of it, big, large ponds that were just off the edge of that cliff by the campsites. And I now, based on your evidence, know that it was the reclamation work for that lee breakwater that was taking place. And I sort of never had a sense of what that was. So you've filled in a piece of a puzzle in my childhood. So I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much.
That's okay.
It's the memory was because I almost lost my brother in his pram off the edge of the cliff, and I had to crawl down to funny how these things stick. I had to crawl down the cliff to pull him back up, and then I lied to my mum that there was nothing had happened while we were out walking.
Nothing to see, Commissioner John.
But look, I really did appreciate some of the old archival footage, and I can get a sense. And I mean, I've existed in this place for a blink of an eye, but the memories I have associated with these parts of the landscape really give me a sense of the long memories that Ngāti Te Whiti have with this landscape that I can only sit back in awe with. So thank you very much.
Oh, kia ora. I can actually say that with Guy Roper, he used to just get sick of hearing people say, this was our playground. And he would just roll his eyes and go, here we go again. Out the port.
Thank you, Kit. David?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thanks for sharing that, Kit. 1969, a massive year for space travel, ground control to Major Tom and all that sort of stuff, David Bowie. So, yeah, thanks for sharing that.
Rolling Stones.
Exactly, yeah. Right, back in character.
Right.
Ms. Healy, thank you for your presentation. 2 questions from me. One, definitely on Mikatahi, and you would have heard that some submitters are opposed to the listing of Mikatahi as a outstanding natural feature and landscape. And one of the reasons that's been advanced by one of the in particular is that it's already protected as a SASM, a site and area of significance to Māori, and it's also listed as part of the archaeological overlays. And those 2 provisions in the district plan mean that activities are controlled, they have a certain activity status, and resource consents will be necessary. And so what the submitter has said to the panel is that there's no need to duplicate those controls by adding a 3rd layer, which would be associated with the outstanding natural feature and landscape. And I just wonder whether you have any comment on that, Ms. Healy.
In our submission, it says that the actual Mikatahi is not listed on any of the maps.
Not as an outstanding natural feature and landscape, but my advice from the officers, I'm happy to be clear on this, that it is a SASM and it does have an archaeological overlay, whatever that means.
Yeah.
So let's just assume that that is the case for the current purposes. The question I've got to you is, why isn't that sufficient? Why is there a need for a further level of protection?
So it's included in the actual, in the Ngamutu Islands? It is included as the island?
Through you, Chair, I'm not too sure of that. Just assume that for the moment.
Sorry, David, just repeat that.
I don't know the answer to that, but all I'm asking the witness to do is to assume that it has a level of protection already, and what is the driver for another level? I should say that that's I'm playing devil's advocate here and putting that question to the submitter, because that's the question that was put to us by the submitter opposing its listing as an ONFL.
Yes. The witness isn't familiar with the fact that it is also mapped as a SASM. I think the best way is to have the staff just confirm what protections are over Mokatahi currently, so Ms. Heather can understand that.
Yeah, it is protected as a SESM, so there are rules in the SESM chapter. So you are relating to earthworks and relating to height activities. So there's you can't do earthworks within 50 metres of Mikatahi, and there's a height restriction of 10 metres. So that's the requirements of the SESM.
Those are the two controls.
Yeah.
But also heard Ms Healy saying, is it in the plan as part of the islands? I think...
No, it's not listed as part of the ONFL, and
No.
I think that's Ngāti Te Whiri's case, is that it's not included, recognised as part of that group.
Yes.
Yeah, as we listed in our submission, it's listed as an outstanding,
Yes.
notable outstanding feature, part of all of.
So going back to my question, Ms Healy, the question is, we've heard from the officers that there's controls on earthworks and building height, so that any building that required earthworks would necessitate a resource consent. There's obviously some archaeological controls also. So the question is, what's the imperative to have further controls by listing it as an ONFL? Was the submission made on the basis that you weren't aware that it was listed as a SESM? Or are you saying that the SESM controls are not sufficient in their own right and that they further control by way of ONFL is required? I'm just trying to ascertain what the position is.
Just like you stated.
I
the
didn't
ONFL be as the as implemented for the protection of all the islands, as we see it, as Mikatahi as being part of all these islands here.
Yes. So can the panel take it from that, Ms Healy, that the protections that Ms Young just outlined are not sufficient in your view?
Can we still use them, I guess?
Yeah, through Commissioner Dash, I'm going to explore this further through my presentation. I can speak to it now if you do want to. If that helps, Commissioner McMahon.
I think Commissioner McMahon's asking, and to me the question is, the SESM deals with the sites of why this particular place is important to Maori, and there are some controls for that place. I think he's asking, is there something broader than that in terms of your relationship with as being part of the group of islands?
For us as Mana Whenua,
Yes.
yeah, that is part of the group of islands.
And
We'd like that as noted as natural and outstanding natural landscape.
so that will be meaningful in terms of your association with Mikatahi and the part of it being a part of a wider group of islands, and identified as something that's outstanding from a cultural perspective. Is that?
All right, yes. As sitting here in front of you today, our tupuna have come years and years ago and always have, wanted the same thing as Mikatahi to remain, all these islands to be to remain the same. But as of course with the building of the ports and the adjoining with after the power station, Mikatahi has more or less become separate again. So yeah, we would like to have that as a natural
Status.
landscape.
Sorry, David, did that take it far enough for you, or do you want to perhaps get a further answer?
No, I don't need a further answer. I think I'll explore this further with Ms Marco. I guess all I need to signal is, I was going to ask Ms Marco what evidence, what position she was relying on for her planning response. And that's why I put the question to Ms Healy on an evidential basis. But I don't think I can take that any further. What I can say to Ms Marco is sites and areas of significance to Maori by its very nature would suggest that the cultural values associated with that site would be protected by the listing as a site. Areas of natural features and landscapes are more of a landscape construct. So I'll be interested when you do present, Ms. Marco, as if you could perhaps differentiate between the two values and the different rules associated with those, and why a third level is required in your view. As I said, I'm not taking a position on this. I want to make that very clear. We've had some evidence from Port Taranaki challenging the listing as an ONFL, and I'm just affording you the opportunity to respond to that. And the reason for their submission is, look, panel, you don't need to add this additional level of protection. It's already well protected and protected in relation to cultural significance through the SASM listing. Why go any further? And from a Section 32 point of view, we have to give that some consideration about what is efficient and effective in giving the resource protection. So hopefully that's a good intro into your time to respond to that issue.
I wonder, Stephen, if I might be able to add some further comments, if that's okay.
I think Ms. Wakara was poised to say something. So
she was? Oh, sorry.
Perhaps, we can hear from you more and then come back to you, Commissioner Coffin.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to note that from my perspective, from a legal perspective, the Port Taranaki submission misses the point. It's seeing me kotahi in isolation, and I do believe that the cultural evidence actually provides sound basis for Ms. Mako to elaborate further in relation to a planning perspective, and that's on the basis that they're clearly articulating me kotahi as part of the collective of Ngā Motu Islands, and in that regard there's a question about its exclusion from that ONFL. And I would draw your attention to just to my paragraph 45A of the submissions that I gave, notwithstanding they related to Pukiti at the time, in relation to the broad proposition for ONFLs, that it is important that natural landscapes and features are viewed in their full context. I'm happy to provide further submission in that regard, but to speak to the values issue in relation to ONFL production, you have three core parts: associative values, biophysical values, and sensory values. And associative values engage cultural considerations. So it's not that they are limited in an outstanding natural landscapes assessment. They are absolutely relevant, but the picture in my mind, the lens through which a panel should receive a submission on the part of Ngāti Te Whiti is to acknowledge that they are seeing this as part of a landscape. So the idea that it's included within a SASM and seen in isolation is quite apart from concerns as to its exclusion from the ONFL.
Thank you. And Antoine, you've got some follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It was 2 points, and Ms. Makaida's beaten me to the past. That was the first comment I wanted to make. Is my understanding is that the submissions of Ngāti Te Whiti and the other tangata whenua groups in support of that it was part of a collection of features which make up a landscape. So it was just a clarification based on Ms. Wakaida's legal submissions which she articulated. The second point was, and this is perhaps for later hearings because we're doing them by topic, in the SASM chapter as I've read, there seems very clear recognition of the relationships and the values tangata whenua will have with a particular site or area. However, there is also and rightfully so, a connection to the heritage items which include archaeological sites. It's historic heritage, and I've just got this question mark around: does a SASM get its recognition from being an archaeological site in of itself, or is it the relationship of tangata whenua with that particular site, those cultural values associated with the site, as well as the archaeological values in the heritage section of the chapter? It's just a question I've got in the back of my mind. It's popped up now, and I thought it's an interesting one, how the interplay between those three ways of looking at the landscape, a collective landscape, a site of significance to Māori for those matters, particularly part 2, 6E, and then also the archaeological site, which is which is quite in my view, quite a narrow and specific type of values, particularly related to the physical nature of a place. And at Mikotahi, just on the face of it, because of its modification, you could perhaps say that the archaeological values may be low, but the cultural values are very high. So I'm thinking in the back of my mind, this is a case study for a little bit later on when we think of different places across the district. How do all the different policies, objectives, and rules apply, and do they make sense? So, sorry, just to take up a bit of time. It's sort of thinking in the back of my mind as we go through the hearings how they fit with each other.
Commissioner Coffin, I think those are planning questions that suggest that you might want to explore a bit further with Ms. Marco. Ms. Marco, are you the planner dealing with the ONFLs, or is Ms. Bellamy dealing with those?
I'm dealing with the Mikotahi ONFL.
Right.
Maria will be addressing the Pukiiti.
Pukiiti. Right, so you just perhaps hold those, Antoine.
Thank you.
But I do appreciate and recognise the linkage between those three elements of the plan: the historic heritage, the SASM chapter, and also this natural or this landscape features matter. So, Commissioner McMahon, I just need to come back to you just to see do you have other questions, or do you want to explore any further?
No, that's all, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Healy, I do have one question. In your paragraph 14, you say that Ngāti Te Whiti prepared a cultural value statement to educate Port Taranaki Limited. Was that CVS commissioned or requested by the port?
Yes, they agreed it was commissioned.
It was commissioned. So they asked you to do that to help them with their knowledge of the area?
We sat down and had that discussion with them to explain that would probably help direct the whole engagement.
Yes, so they did that on the basis of your suggestion, is what I'm trying to get to.
Yes, it was.
Ms. Marco?
Yes, if I could just provide some additional comment. It was via the statutory acknowledgement process. Port Taranaki have a number of resource consents, and 2 had come up for renewal. So the cultural values framework was the process we've been through for these 2 consents, which are still being processed. And the cultural values statement is an overarching for all of those resource consents.
So I'm really interested in the let's call them the products of engagement. A cultural values statement, is that distinct from how you would look at a cultural impact assessment, CIA, which is the other, when you're actually assessing the effects? Is a cultural values statement different to that? And I'm happy for you both to answer, or one of you to answer.
So in this instance, the cultural values statement, I guess to give a bit of context, we worked over many months with Ngāti Te Whiti to identify a set of values that are appropriate to the Port Taranaki area, and for the 2 resource consent, the 2 stormwater discharge consents that we considered, those values that have been identified would help to inform a cultural impact assessment, and we would consider that would be the same process for any other.
Yes, so separate functions?
Yes. Yeah. High level, strategic high level, and then down into the detail and the cultural impact assessment.
All right, that's really helpful. And one last question, a follow-up. Ms. Marco, you and Mrs. Zelchis assisted with this process. My question is, this is the Hapu's CVA, it's not yours, is it? It's you've facilitated it. It's their views. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's correct. Technical writers.
You're technical writers?
And there's a party that worked on it here.
Yeah, and there's the working party we can see.
Yeah, and
all right.
So Sean and I have taken the kōrero that we've had with Ngāti Te Whiti over
Yes.
many hui and wānanga.
Yes. Thank you, and thank you again, Ms. Healy. The commissioners have just like to echo their views that we're very appreciative of your statement and the way you presented that. That's excellent. I think you might want to conclude with a waiata, is that right? Or it's back to you? Yes.
Me kotahi motu roa motu mahanga tuku mapuna whari umu e oruana waikaranga e tuka tapu te kuatu e ko motu o tamate pararaki e mata ora paula to do it. Ke ora ai te mori o na mutu katoa. Keira na tonga katoa. O waio, Ngāti Te Whiti te apu. O waio, Ngāti Te Whiti te apu.
Beautiful singing there.
Wonderful. That answers my question.
Bring in the troops. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Yes, and we'll take morning tea back at 10 to 11. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody.
Stephen?
Yes, Antoine.
I'm just dealing with some 21st century challenges. I've got the cleaners in the house at the moment. And they weren't expecting me here. So when we come to the question time, depending on where the cleaners are in the house, I'll let you know.
Don't you have a cleaning robot there in your house, Antoine?
Oh, no. I have real people. They're really awesome. They're keeping the economy going.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the heads up.
Taranaki te maunga, ko angata ua te awa. Pura au po te waka ko ngā maanga Ngāti Taire ngā iwi, Mary Gregory Hunt ahau. My name is Mary Gregory Hunt. I'm a mokopuna o Maunga Taranaki. Kei te pai. Today I'm here as a representative of my hapu, ngā mahanga Ngāti Taire. My role is kaimahi in the taiao. I've spent a year on the kaitake as a TMP ranger, previously as a dock ranger, and personally I'm a rongoa practitioner, a Māori medicine practitioner for about the last 15 years. I would like to elaborate on some points in our submission, particularly pertaining to mātauranga Māori and the Indigenous biodiversity, and our relationship to the ngāere, the bush, and perhaps in comparison to that of Western science. Aroha mai. The ngāere is a part of us. We see Tāne Māuta as our tuakana, our older sibling, and we are the teina, the younger sibling. The ngāere is one that can't be broken down into parts, where some are more important than others, and how we see this is the way we see people. If you think of the ngāere as people, it's the same way that trees play a part, that everyone plays their own part in the ngāere. You can't have a rangatira, a leader, without followers or the smaller rākau coming up to support and protect that big ngāere. When a tree falls in the ngāere, other smaller plants come up to heal the whenua, and that's the same way that for myself as a rongoa practitioner,
that how I know what is a medicinal plant is the same way that the trees play their part in the bush. So the small trees that grow in rocky areas and heal the land is the same trees that I would use to heal scarring or broken tissue. If I had diabetes, a plant that would be good for me would be a small plant like karamu, opposed to totara. Even though it is grand, it would be of no use to me. That's where I like to talk about the issue of taonga species. For us to isolate species into categories of what is important doesn't come down to just the size and the age of a plant, because in that situation, a huge giant totara is of no use to a sick person. So our values actually use plants at different stages. So this is often really hard for us when we're doing our values in an ecological assessment, where we're asked to choose our taonga species, where it's the same as asking you to choose which one of your children would you keep and which ones would you get rid of. The same as you think about for Māori in a community, what's the most valuable thing for us is our mokopuna, our future. So why would we kill off our future just because they're small and only look after what's grand? Another part to that is when you think about whakapapa and reconnection and the future of our ngāere, it actually depends on regeneration, and the same in the bush. So to say something can be chopped down and is of little value because it is small works in the same way as people. For us, for taonga species, everything works in connection. So when it comes to manu, even though some manu may be prolific, they all play their own role. For example, a kereru is the only manu that can swallow now. We don't have more and bigger birds. Only a kereru can swallow a karaka. So even though we have many kereru, the dispersal of karaka seed is dependent on a kereru. So if we start treating them as a lesser species now, if we don't be good kaitiaki of our future, we may actually be in a position where there'll be less, and therefore we actually put at risk our future dispersal of those seed. In pertaining to my experience with this in regards to the council, this was really, our values were really challenged during the proposed Kaitaki Trail, and that was in relation to the fact that for us, our ngāere, this is within the Kaitaki range, that's our rohe, ngā mahanga, Ngāti Taire go into the Kaitaki range. And so the trail is proposed to go from Oakura up to Pukeiti, and the whole ngahere is of great value to us, but due to the boundaries of the paper road, the ngahere within the paper road is treated differently to the line where the ngahere that lies outside of the paper road, which is National Park. And so for us to go there and do value assessments, it was really hard to choose before, when it was spoken about archaeological sites, that our connection to those areas is sewn up in just an archaeological site actually undermines us as tangata whenua and our connection to the ngāere. For us, our relationship isn't just about what we did a long time ago, it's about today. Our reconnection and our well-being depends on our connection to the ngāere. As for me personally, it's about being able to harvest, being able to look after my people. It's about spending time in the ngāere to notice the changes. For people who are weavers, it's about fibre, it's about dyes. For people who are about carving, it's about different woods. For us, another part to that relationship as tuakana and taina is that our responsibility is to give, is not to take. And so when it comes to restoration, that is an opportunity to give back. But when it comes to a trail, it's really a take. So even though it was seen as an opportunity for us to get close to our ngāere, it isn't really, that's not our value system. And so we wouldn't take for our benefit and then at the cost of being good kaitiaki to our ngāere. So that's really a big difference for us in our value system when it comes to Western science. We can't mitigate just by saying one giant rimu tree equals 200 baby rimu trees. We can't do that. That's our wakapapa, and it would be irresponsible for us to do that as kaitiaki. And then we also have the burden of that it is our responsibility. So when we make those choices or we aid those choices, then we also are the ones that carry the burden of what we've left for the future of our mokopuna in these places. The connectedness of the ngāere depends on everything looked upon it as a whole, opposed to it being chopped up in little pieces. And so restoration is huge for us in that. Is that why would we restore something over here just so that we can chop a hole through something over here? That doesn't make good sense. Aroha mai, I'm all over the show. I can't think of anything else right now.
Thank you, Marie. That's really useful background to us.
Sorry, Commissioner Dash, Māori.
Māori. So, Tana, you going to present some more information, or shall we go to some questions first of Māori?
Yeah, if that was okay, we'll present some more. And
Yeah.
Go to questions.
Okay, that sounds good. Thanks, Māori.
Kia ora mai tātou. Tuatahi ka tuku mihi ki o koutou. Ngā rātou i whakarite tēnei wā mā tātou. Engari, ko ai au, a tūmai rā koro taranaki, te pauhiringa kōrero, te pauhiringa kaupapa, te pauhiringa tāngata. A rere i o mai ko te wai o anga tāua, hei wai ora, hei wai tapu, hei wai tukukiri. Eke iho mai ko te waka o kura haupo, nō nā o ko tūpuna, i kawe mai nei ki te kūreitanga o te ika Māui. I reira, a waka ko tahi ai rātou, ka puta mai a ngā maanga, a Ngāti Tairi, Taranaki iwi. Ko au ko koe ko au, rire hau, pai mā rire. Pai mā rire tātou, e mihi ana kia koe e tā, koutou, ki rungo i tō rorohiko, nei rā te mihi, koutou, ngā ahi kā o tērā marae, o tērā apu, o tērā, nei rā te mihi ki o koutou. Kia koe hoki, Sean, Sarah, tēnā kōrua. Ai, ko au tētahi mokopuna o ngā waka e toru. So today I'm humbled and privileged to be speaking to you all for my third time at a hearing. But of course, it's a privilege to not only stand here and talk on behalf of my hapu, but knowing that we have our Ngāti Tairi whānau in the back here supporting us through today, Whaia Sharon, nei rā te mihi aroa kia koe. But also I know that our rangatira and our kaumātua that are at work right now and who are also preparing our marae for our tūpāpaku. I know that our rangatira and our kaumātua are fully behind me and Māori here today. First thing I just wanted to acknowledge is I would consider my evidence read. And I really wanted to, off the back of this amazing kōrero, actually talk about some of my lived experiences. So I'm actually a third generation trustee of our Māori reservation, Aora Anati, more commonly known as Puniho Papakainga. So within the roe o ngā maanga e Ngāti Tairi, there are two papakainga, similar to what people acknowledge as Pariaka being a papakainga. Oakura Pā is also a papakainga, and I have those, we have those whakapapa connections into both of those places. Some of my mahi that I do within the tai ao for ngā maanga have been listed also in what I would consider some of the bio about my mahi. Some of the other considerations some of the other considerations for the work we both do within the tai ao. For instance, I'm part of a rōpū that are engaging with Te Kāhui o Taranaki on some of our sites of significance. Te Koru Pā is one of them, and also Hauranga Pā. The other mahi I do talks to resource consents within the Ngā Maanga and Ngāti Tairi area for housing development, etc., etc., etc. One of the things I thought might be, I guess, helpful to try and establish what, I guess, my working environment looks like. I'd like to, if I could, just explain a little bit about my job. I've got a job when I'm not here doing this work, and when I'm not at the councils, and I'm not at the TRCs and at DOC office, I've actually got a job. And through that job, through that mahi, I became employed by an entity formerly known as the Taranaki Environment Education Trust, commonly known these days as Sustainable Taranaki. And so when the Department of Conservation approached our hapu, we were given an opportunity to provide a educational kaupapa called the Department of Conservation's CCEM. The CCEM stands for Collaborative Community Education Model. So I had 25 years experience as an engineer, both onshore and offshore in New Zealand and Australia. And about 6 years ago, I converted to education. So I started teaching at WIT, Te Wānanga o Aotearoa, Te Wānanga o Awanuiarangi, and then switched my focus of education to the tai ao. So through that work, I was actually able to submit a job application for this position, but I made sure that I actually went back to both of my marae, and that both of my marae actually endorsed me for that position. What does that position look like? I've actually got a one-pager that Doc have written, and I just, some of the stuff and the activities I'd like to actually talk about, and how they're actually related to Pukeiti, to Kaitaki, to all of these other things. So just excuse me, because I didn't write this and it's actually got my name in it, and while I read it, it actually sounds funny that I'm talking about myself. So under the kaitiakitanga of Ngā Maanga a Tairi, Taranaki iwi, the Kaitaki Rohe is a conservation hotspot. Taranaki Maunga, Pauakai, Patuha, and the Kaitaki Ranges reach to the Maunga a Moana. Te Ara Tai Ao o Kaitaki represents a collaboration between hapu, schools, community, and government organisations. Students learn alongside the likes of Taranaki Maunga Project and towards predator-free Taranaki, and helping the community to return to protect taonga species in the area. The vision for Te Ara Tai Ao o Kaitaki is to be a leading local community that uplifts the natural ecology and mauri of the kaitaki rohe. That's our vision. That's our vision statement for this kaupapa. Its mission is to equip successive generations to understand, to appreciate, and to enact environmental leadership, both in Te Ao Māori and Te Ao Pākehā. Education Coordinator Tāne Manu of Ngā Mahanga Ngāti Tairi descent works with Sustainable Taranaki on behalf of the collaboration. His role is to align the aspirations of mana whenua and the wider community. He builds connections to create learning and leadership opportunities for tamariki. At every opportunity, Tāne shares mātauranga Māori alongside Western science and other expertise offered by partners to be able to offer these environmental lessons to our tamariki, to really enable them to connect to our taiao, to connect to our local awa, to really connect to our environment and take ownership of caring for it. Local pepeha guide the pathway, and the maramataka informs the flows of activities. The journey began with a teacher wānanga at Oakura Pā for the 3 schools, soon followed by the Kaitaki kindergarten. Tāne introduced the hapu and cultural narrations depending on teachers' relationship, or deepening teachers' relationships with the whenua and its people. Te Ara Taiao now enriches each school's curriculum. This includes strengthening mātauranga Māori, exploring local histories, and working in the mara, the garden, and the ngahere, in the bush or forest. A student leadership team has been formed to share and develop projects between schools. Learning within and understanding the natural world is the aim. Students take action from the environment with community support. Tāne assists where he can from helping students to identify trees and rongoa, to advising teachers on planting plans, to offering guidance to principals to celebrate puanga. He takes care of logistics so that the students can get beyond the school gates and turn collective dreams into a reality. A highlight has been seeing the students in awe when they meet Kiwi. Kōwhai, so our students were invited to name our Kiwi alongside Ngā Mahanga and Ngāti Tairi Kaumātua and the Kaitaki Rangers Conservation Trust. The pōwhiri for the release of Kōwhai was a long-awaited milestone for all involved. Students are now learning telemetry training, tracking with the Taranaki Kiwi Trust. They have undertaken awa monitoring with support from Te Whenua Tōmuri Trust, kaimoana surveys with the Sea Change survey, and rat and possum control besides Restore Kaitaki. With Te Ara Taiao o Kaitaki to the west of Taranaki Maunga, Te Ara Taiao o Whaitara is underway in the north in collaboration with Ngā Hapu, community and education representatives. And here's a statement from me. I'd love to be able to help set up this kaupapa around our maunga with all of our hapu, so that other hapu can also empower those tamariki growing up next to their awa, next to their maunga. Perhaps my dream will become a reality one day. The Jobs of Nature Community Conservation Fund is now enabling Sustainable Taranaki to reach out to mōrohe and partners with tangata whenua. So we've started that conversation with Ngā Ruahinerangi, and we'll continue to follow that. So one of the things that really I'd like to talk to about is actually some of the things that I'm doing with the tamariki within our area. So Omata Primary School from Omata, Oakura School from Oakura, and Coastal Taranaki School from Okatoa. So one of the first things I wanted to do is, how do I get these tamariki to connect to the environment? Well, they already had it. Their school pepeha. Their school pepeha talks to geographical locations. Some of the tamariki had not been out to see their awa, the Waireka awa, or Oakura au kaihihi awa. So one of the aspirations for the principals was actually to deepen that connection. So what I decided to do was to talk to our kaumātua about those three kupu, Omata, Oakura, and Okato. And so we shared those narrations with the schools, and the schools took those narrations back to their school and are now learning the story of Omata and the story of Oakura Matapu and the story of Okato. And there are many, many, many stories that we've been sharing alongside our tamariki up against each awa. So the schools chose to monitor and to clean up certain awa within their area. And of course, further opportunities that allows them to connect to what's in the awa, what's not in the awa, what should be in the awa, what's on the banks, what's not on the banks, what should be on the banks. And these are my conversations. Both of our marae have awa that run beside them. Both marae have management plans for both awa. And these management plans are full of kōrero tuku iho, where our old people have filled in their stories, and I'll take these stories out with the tamariki and share with them to enable them to connect to our tai ao. So one of the other opportunities that I wanted to talk about is actually how ngā maanga tairi strengthen our business relationships with the community. And of course, one of those big relationships that I've and will continue to stimulate is actually our relationship with the Maunga Project. And through that relationship, we were able to firstly talk about releasing kiwi about 3 years ago. And then, of course, this year we made that possible. And so the story behind the tamariki releasing the kiwi actually enables them to take that ownership, to take on that kaitiakitanga, to take on that role. But we're not just going to release them in the bush, are we? We're actually going to take the tamariki back up there and teach them how to do the telemetry training so that they're able to engage in that facilitation of kaitiakitanga. And then I go back to building my relationship with the Maunga Project. And so about 8 months or 6 months before the release date, I said to the Maunga Project, you got a date in mind? So I says, how about these dates? And so I'd actually aligned the maramataka with the best date possible. So what was it that we were doing? We were actually releasing kiwi. Well, we were giving our taonga back to tāne mahuta, weren't we? So within our maramataka, there's a perfect day to do that. It's called O Tāne. O Tāne speaks about the day of Tāne. And that was the date that we lined up and that we released those kiwi on that date. And so when I go back to the maramataka and I talk about our tamariki up at the awa, you know, I wouldn't take them out on whiro. Whiro is the atua of decay and disease. So you're pretty likely something bad's going to happen. And I'm not going to take the tamariki to the awa that day. When I think about pest and disease, I actually should be composting with them. And that's just how I use the maramataka. If I could just start there too, and actually, if you don't mind, some of the kōrero I use around our environment. And again, I think I'm pretty lucky that I have kaumātua that are still around, firstly. And not only that, but they're actually willing to share some of the kōrero with us. And I take that with a grain of salt. But some of the things we've learned, you know, my preference around whitebaiting, kāti. Within the roe of Ngāti Tairi, our tohu is the kōtuku. And the kōtuku comes back to Oakura Matapu every year. I see it. Me and Whaia Sharon, we see it every year. We'll be lining up for a pōwhiri, for a karanga, and just comes flying in whenever he wants to. And of course, We know those signs, they're still here. For me personally, that's the time to go white baiting. It's not November to whatever that date is. And if I could just go back and talk to how those knowledge systems work. One thing we start measuring is our seasons. How do we measure our seasons? We measure that with the sun. The sun tells us when it's summer. The sun tells us when it's winter. Did you know that Tamanui Te Rā has 2 wives? And when he's in summer, he is with Hine Raumati. And when he is in winter, he is with Hine Takirua. And so that's the kōrero. And you will see the āhua, or the mood, in the sky. When it's raining, you'll see him with Hine Takirua. But of course, we use the stars to measure our months of the year. Okay? And we use our moon, and this is my pet hate. The moon doesn't get to midnight and change. Okay? The moon doesn't get to midnight and go, whoops. It's now the tangaroa phase, or whatever. So the moon measures phases, moon phases. And actually the moon sets at night, around 6 to 7 o'clock, depending on the time of year. And so these are, I guess these are the value that hapu can bring to the relationships with the likes of the Maunga Project. We talk about some of our relationships with the Department of Conservation and the Pauakai Crossing. We talk about our partnerships with MPDC on Te Ara-Aruhi Weretani and Pukeiti Gardens, etc. There is loads and loads and loads for apu to give. We have lots and lots to give. What we need is the willingness to actually give, or to allow space for us to give. And I think within those relationships, those working relationships, whether they be cultural value statements or CIAs, there is lots and lots of room to grow together. One of the aspirations our tupuna have is kotahitanga, and that's a value. It's always existed, and we will always aspire to it. We plan to get there one day. It may not happen tomorrow, but that's our aspiration, and we still seek that. That is tupuna knowledge. Our tupuna knowledge is so relevant today. I'll share a wakatauki, wakatauaki. Wakatauaki is a proverb said by a tupuna of ours. Te toka I tauria e te kukupara talks about those environmental indicators, which in this case is the muscle, the kukupara. So our muscle clings to the rock. Now our tupuna said this whakatauaki so many years ago. You go down to that rock, those muscles are still there. And I guarantee you, at the next plan change, those muscles will still be there. And that's us telling you guys that we are mana whenua, that we were here, we're still here, and we're not going nowhere. And of course, my preference is actually to continue to allow hapu build that capacity together in our own working relationships. If I could just go and talk to you about some of the places up at Pukeiti, in that area there, that are significant to us. Each of those tributaries hold high values. Te Pikiwaiti, Pirongia, Kiri Stream, Te Wawa. There are many, many awa that flank that maunga that all run into Oakura Matapu. And Oakura Matapu is extremely significant to us. It holds the name of our tupuna, Akura Matapu. Akura Matapu is a significant name in our tupuna whakapapa. We have a marae at Oakura Pā called Okorotua. Okorotua was Akura Matapu's husband. And so our names of our tūpuna and our whakapapa are already in the environment. We have significant kōrero about Pukeiti, and I say Pukeiti, and this is a narration kōrero. I think I'm the only person saying Pukeiti this week, and I don't mind. I'll keep saying Pukeiti. I had a thought before about hearing other names like Mount Elliot. It's not Mount Elliot. It's Pukeariki. And there are many, many names that have gone before the colonial names that are still there, yet we still use the other names. And kei te pai tēnā, that's why I'm here. I'll keep talking our talk. But of course, going back to Pukeiti, the significance that actually ties everything together. We don't see our maunga here, and we don't see Pukeiti here. We don't see Paretutu down there. In fact, we're standing on the maunga right now. I had this kōrero with Mātua Te Puihi yesterday. We're standing on the maunga right now. This is our maunga. And of course, when I think about those activities that I have the tamariki up at Pukeiti doing, this is the reinserting, this is the rehono, the rejoining of our people and our relationship. And you know what's really clear to me about Pukeiti is that significant road called Carrington Road that goes there. And I think those surveyors put that road there to link everything together. That was the only access way in. And that road actually does link everything. You can come from anywhere around the mountain. You come from Stratford, Mangere Road, Carrington, there. Come around from the south side, you'll go up Pitoni Road, you'll get to Carrington, you'll be there. It is part of the maunga. We have been in discussions with Pukeiti Gardens for around 2 years, forming a relationship. We have asked that the summit be cut off. Why? It's a tūpuna maunga. For the same reasons our iwi ask people not to stand on the head of Taranaki. Namahanga Ngāti Tairi ask the same of all of our peaks, because all of our peaks carry the names of our tūpuna. Te Iringa Āniu, Pioke. Pioke is a maunga that is not considered by others, but yet it's a tūpuna maunga of ours. And it's right on the western flank of the Kaitaki Ranges. So some of the work we have been doing alongside the Maunga project, the goat eradication. It was put off yesterday to do the final sweep because a lot of us thought there was going to be a lot of rain coming, which might have been the best time to do the eDNA sampling, but of course I couldn't make it. Some of those other tools that we're using are great tools to sit alongside mātauranga Māori. And one of those is the eDNA tools, but of course it's great having whānau people wanting to get involved with these activities. It's also extremely important that local mana whenua are involved to help guide, help facilitate, and help the introduction of mātauranga Māori up alongside Western science. And I think that's one of my, it's not a recommendation, I think it's an expectation moving forward with this plan, is that we do have the rongoa specialists. We do have mātauranga Māori within our hapu. We do have the historic kōrero. And one of the other things, I guess my expectation is also, is that the mātauranga Māori is actually elevated and respected as expert advice within the resource consent process. My experiences of the process at times I feel diminishes the mana of the historic kōrero. For instance, I've never done so many CIAs in my life, yet they're not for us. They're actually for the externals. And to put a price on wanting to extract our kōrero tuku iho from us, it's quite diminishing. Now, I know that I don't have all the kōrero, but I know that some of the people in our hapu do. Where's the respect for their mātauranga within the process? Where is the respect for their expert advice? And it's a feeling for me that is quite non-existent within the process. At times, it's an awkward conversation to say, "Uncle, give me that kōrero." Oh, because they want it. It's a hard conversation, and the expectation on mana whenua that you're going to get that, and it's not desirable to whakaiti or to belittle the mana of our kaumātua, of our old people who, in my view, have gone through how to look after that kōrero. They've really put themselves out. Yeah, that's some of the other, I guess, statements, not statements, but I guess some things I'd like to share. Has anybody read the Department of Conservation's Te Mana o Te Taiao? No? Te Mana o Te Taiao? So I found a really cool statement in there, and if you don't mind, I'll share it. O te āhua o te taiao, tētahi whakirerenga, ka waihotia ake e tātou ki ngā ranga wakaheke. The state of nature is a legacy that we leave for future generations. That's from the Department of Conservation's Te Mana o Te Taiao. I just want to share another statement too from the Maunga Project's website. Where is it? He hua te mange nui, kia tipu wakarito rito, tō toi a te kawa ora. Clear the obstructions to let well-being flourish. These ancestral kōrero are so relevant today. I know that. One of my favourite ones, i ngā raru ana te taiao, kei te raru hoki tātou. When nature is in trouble, so are we. Really lost my train of thought now, but I might be able to pick up some of the questions now and fill out some of those. Yeah.
Thank you, Tane, and thank you, Marae, again. Commissioner Coffin.
Kia ora mai tātou. Tūtahi māku i miki ana kia kōrua, whakaputa ngā whakaaro o ngā hanga tāiri, o tira o te iwi hoki. E maharana au ki ngā kōrero ngā tūpuna, nā te hihiri te whakaaro, nā te whakaaro te kupu, nā te kupu te kōrero, nā te kōrero te mātau, nā te mātau te māramatanga, nā te māramatanga ko te wānanga. Ko tēnei o tātou wānanga i tēnei rā. Nō reira, he mihi kawana kia kōrua, mō koha kia mātau o te tēpu nei, te pai whakatau kaupapa. Nō reira, he mihi kawana, e mihi kawana, e mihi kawana. Mr. Chair, I was kind of lulled into a story there for quite some time, and it's what we call a wānanga. It's a place of learning or a house of learning, and I thought we were at a hearing, but all of a sudden we were in a wānanga at the marae, and I was leaning back and I was trying really hard not to close my eyes to see myself somewhere else, but I opened my eyes up and it's question time, so I'll do my best to be professional. Thank you very much for being really generous with sharing some of your experience, not only of yourselves, but of your ancestors. It's much appreciated. And these types of forums normally aren't conducive to sharing the way in which you did. And so I'm really grateful for what you have shared with us today. I did have some questions, and it feels a little bit like the two halves of a rugby game. The first half was the fantastic half, and then it was us, the ball came to us, and then we sort of fumbled around and passed the ball amongst ourselves. So I'll start the ball rolling. The brief is actually interesting because, and this is similar to a number of other briefs that we've had yesterday and today, where they're done in combinations. You know, we've got a wahine and a tāne, and the significance of that isn't lost on me, that we don't just have a person turning up to give evidence. We've got two people as part of a collective. And so just to really appreciate the different way in which you've presented your evidence to us. It feels really comfortable. I had just a few questions. The first one is around mātauranga Māori and trying to incorporate it into the plan. And I think you eloquently set out the context and the interconnections between different aspects of the environment of which people are part of. And when we, for those of us who've been involved in plan making, and those of us who are here today in terms of making decisions about what should be and shouldn't be in a plan, it's quite a difficult process to incorporate truthfully, meaningfully, and effectively those sentiments which are parts of a big framework, a way of thinking, not only the knowledge, but the way in which it's applied into as few words as possible, to have meaning across the whole district. So that's the challenge for us, but particularly in regards to those things that are really essential to include in the plan. In terms of mātauranga Māori, it's been put to us that there should be an addition of criteria in policy 1 of the eco chapter that provides for mātauranga Māori in the assessment of significant natural areas. And I'm not sure if you've had a look at it. It's in Ms. Mako's evidence, and I think also in Ms. Bellamy's evidence, criteria number 5. And I'll just read it to you because it's the area includes Indigenous species, natural habitats, materials that provide for or have potential to support cultural practices, including, but not limited to, mahinga, kai, raranga, and rongoa. And so my question to you is, do you think that for the purposes of a plan that captures enough of the essence of what you're trying to achieve in regards to identifying significant Indigenous biodiversity for the purposes of the plan? It's a bit of a loaded question.
Not entirely. I feel that it is still too narrow because it's very changeable to each rohe, each hapu. You know, you talked yesterday about, there's eight iwi around the maunga. That's not counting our hapu. And so we all have our own to define mahinga, kai, raranga, rongoa. It's going to be very, very different to individual ropu or hapu or iwi. So it needs a lot more, in my opinion.
Yeah. And did you have any comments, Tāne?
Carl.
Okay. Just in terms of use, because I think it was a really nice narrative where you're describing Māori about when you go into the bush, the way in which we perceive taonga and the way in which the importance is sometimes in the relationship is using the plants, not necessarily just protecting them, but actually the use of them. And I wondered whether you had a view around the scale of use, because those people who are practitioners will be very used to the idea of you just go and get what you need. There are particular uses that, particular times of the year. But the way the rules are written, it provides for anytime, anywhere these customary uses can occur. And I just thought it'd be useful if you could provide some context to that.
That's where I feel like there needs to be a level of trust for tangata whenua, because for us, if we are practitioners, we don't operate solely. We have to really come under a collective. We don't have, there's not the same, I can't just go to university and get a degree in rongoa Māori. I have to have a collective of people around me to ensure that I'm practicing safely. And the first lesson in rongoa Māori is to make sure that I am a good kaitiaki of those resources. So I wouldn't go and harvest from somewhere that I knew couldn't sustain that. And those are the same 101 for rāranga, whakairo, mahinga kai. We all have our practices of tākoha or sustainable harvesting. So I feel like that would be something that non-Māori would do. I feel like for us as tangata whenua, we would not be the people that would abuse our tuakana. I feel that's a trust. That's an exercise in trust, and I hope that with the change with the maunga negotiations that really comes into play, because for me personally, I've been affected by that rule with DOC, and it's quite insulting to be told that you are not able to harvest from your puna maunga. Does that answer that?
You think because there's a number of assumptions are made about, because those provisions are provided at the current time for customary use, and I just thought it would be useful for you just to give the context of it. Just turning my mind to Manuka and Kanuka, you provided at, I think it's paragraph 15 of the evidence, just a short couple of sentences around the importance of Manuka and Kanuka, and I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on that.
I was meant to speak about that. Whaia Marlene and tautoko to what she said yesterday. It's the same as any clearing of what I described before, is how the rākau, the right rākau, come up once there's been a clearing, and their role is to heal the whenua. So Manuka and Kanuka, that is their role. As a rongoa, say, if the land was burnt, those are the plants that would come up, and they would be the rongoa that I would use for a burn. And so that's how we can sort of read the whenua as to what its use is. So Manuka and Kanuka, without them, we don't have the future ngāere that's coming in 100 years' time. They lay the foundation.
Thank you. I'm going to have a practice of this, because I've been guilty of saying pukaiti, so I'm going to say pukaiti from now at this point on until I get told off by somebody. It's been put to us by Taranaki Regional Council that they've requested the removal of the SNA, and I just wondered, because they say there's a management plan in place and a number of other things, and my understanding from the submissions from tangata whenua is that not only is pukaiti an SNA, but also it's part of the Taranaki maunga, and should be an outstanding natural feature and landscape. So I just wondered if you had any views about the status of the land, and what's your view in regards to that, and the Regional Council's view that would preclude them from including it in the district plan.
Can I be blunt?
Yes, you can.
Cool. TRC Pukeiti have been asking us for our kōrero for a long time. Our kōrero talks to the significance of that place. They're still asking us for that kōrero, yet they want to remove the significant status. Tino he tērā.
Have we? That's blunt.
Yep.
Just turning my mind, and this might be for you, Tane. It's around public access to hauranga pā, and I was just wondering if you could describe what's been some of the effects or impacts of access to the pā.
Yeah, kia ora mo tērā. I don't have the lived experience of hauranga pā. I've only just recently, probably this year, been endorsed to speak to those matters on behalf of Ngāti Tairi and Oakura Pā trustees. Our whanaunga, Mike Ura, has been living down on the Māori land, freehold land block that runs adjacent to the Esplanade Strip, I guess, or the coastal Esplanade Strip that traverses the actual headland of Hauranga Pā.
Yes.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Just if you're aware of what some of the effects or impacts of public access to the pā have been.
Yeah, so from my limited knowledge, one of the first things that I'm hearing from Mike and from Fire Sharon was when the council put the swing bridges in over top of the Whenua Ariki. So the Whenua Ariki is on the north side of the headland. When the swing bridge went in, that really opened up that area from what I'm hearing. And the swing bridge then led straight onto the actual SASM itself. People were able to gain access to the SASM and walk over top of archaeological features. From my experience in being involved, we've had a number of issues where bicycles have gone up and over. And if I was to bike up that hill, like the steep headland hill, I wouldn't make it up. I'd actually have to get off my bike, because it is real steep, but significant damage has been continued to happen, not just through bikes, not just through people, but horses as well. So horses have been up on the Wāi Tapu as well. We've tried a number of methods. We've erected signs to hopefully inform people about the cultural significance. And I'll be blunt again, pockets of our community, signs might work, but I don't think the signs have worked on our occasion. So we were in a position where signs were being taken down. We have then asked for further support and further communication with MPDC. We've, in the end, having to put up temporary, safety orange meshing across the actual access way until, I think today might have been the day that we're actually supposed to get out there and start building a fence to actually stop access. That's a nutshell, I think. I guess one of the other things that was happening was locals were actually taking weed killer up there and forming their own tracks.
I've just got I think it's one more question. It's at paragraph 14, and this is for my just understanding. I'm just unfamiliar with the site. It's called Te Ara Uhihi Weratini. And I was just wondering, is it a site that's been included as an SNA, or is it an example of a site that you're aware of you're using?
Te Ara Uhihi Weratini was the ingoa that Mana Whenua gave the Kaitaki Trail.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So the Kaitaki Trail is still commonly called Kaitaki Trail. Through our engagement with MPDC, we have, through that relationship, we have endorsed that name.
Okay.
And if I could just quickly mention, Ngā Tairi measure, we measure the success of the projects we engage in by outcomes for mana whenua. So one of those outcomes was actually getting to name the site. Some of those other outcomes is actually, you know, the walkovers, the site walkovers, etc. And there's a number of other opportunities that may come from that trail if it goes ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I'm just having a look. That's all my questions that I had for you. That was really helpful. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Commissioner Coffin. Commissioner Littlejohn, you're sitting here patiently.
Tēnā kouara. Thank you very much for that. The written word just pales in comparison to the spoken word. So forgive me if I now delve back into a few little things I was interested in the written word. And I guess that the one I'm most interested in from just from a dealing with this plan issue, not saying that the others aren't relevant, they're all things that are hugely important and influential on us, is the topic Commissioner Coffin started talking to you about, and it comes to Mānuka and Kānuka. And we really don't have a very strong Western science position on this, as far as I can tell from the evidence. And I'm not sure if you've read Mr. Shaw's evidence for the council. He talks essentially about being comfortable in supporting the clearance of Kānuka and Mānuka that's 25 years old, up to 25 years old. And he says it's because of the history of clearance and the relative abundance of this sort of vegetation. So I really just wanted to get your views on those two reasons, given your quite intimate knowledge of Te Ngāhere of Taranaki. So feel free to give me a little bit of a lesson, a bit of a wānanga in your experiences of the history of clearance and reclearance of Mānuka and Kānuka associated with pastoral farming activities in Taranaki.
Well, it just speaks of thinking only for a future of a few years in front of us, and it lays a foundation for the ngāere to come through. So it doesn't make sense to me where we are, on one hand, we're desperately trying to reforest our landscape that's been basically denuded, and here we are clearing the foundation for what would potentially be an opportunity, really. So Kānuka and Mānuka, when it comes to value, as far as, you know, putting things in taonga species lists, it's their role. It's not their size, it's their role they play. And everything has a role for a time. It might not have this, you know, in 100 years, it won't be there. But it will have laid a very important foundation for what's coming after it. It's also amazing habitat for our ngangara, for our mokomoko, our lizards. So, yeah, we look at the whole.
Your advice to us then is that if this was a plan that had a strategic level and objective of restoring the Indigenous biodiversity of Taranaki, one of the lowest hanging fruits would be to effectively put a control on the uncontrolled clearance of Kānuka and Mānuka adjacent to existing forests.
100%. It's work that's done. It's hundreds of plants already in the ground that someone doesn't have to go. And it's about wakapapa too, because for us it's really important to have the wakapapa of the seed that's already existing in our landscape, because one of the issues of restoration has been plants coming in from other areas. So any remnant of bush holds the wakapapa of our trees. And so there's many things going on there when we look at chopping it down.
Do you agree with Mr. Shaw that there is, he uses the phrase relative abundance of this vegetation in the North Taranaki district? Do you agree with that qualifier, that there's a relative abundance of it?
Isn't that what we're after? Abundance?
Well, it's just Mr. Shaw makes the factual statement that there is presently a relative abundance, and I wanted to get a sense of whether you agreed with that. Because if it is,
there's a relative
Sorry?
abundance, but also referring to Whaia Marlene's kōrero yesterday, North Taranaki is also the area where there is the least restoration planting and riparian planting. So actually it's again the foundation of future plantings, and it is there because of that landscape. We have less manuka in the flat areas and our wetland areas around here, around the plains of Taranaki, but manuka likes the scarred landscape, so it's going to grow where it likes the landscape. But you know, if I put a wetland species on a hillside, it wouldn't survive. It might be a taonga in its own environment, but outside of that environment, it won't be a taonga. A taonga is relatable to where it grows.
so if I mean, a relative abundance also speaks to the vitality and the desire of the forests to regrow themselves, to heal the land. So to some extent, the fact that Mr. Shaw observes a lot of it is also on the other side of the debate. Well, it's not a debate. A clear indicator of how strong and how much the yearning is for Te Ngāhere to regrow itself.
Indicator is a good word. It is definitely an indicator species.
Okay. The 25-year-old. I mean, I look at this from the lens as well. We have to look at it through the lens of what the Resource Management Act calls existing use rights, and this is a right of a person who has started to do something on the land, whether that's good or bad. They are protected from subsequent rules coming along that stops them from doing something that they've established. And I mean, we're talking here about pastoral farming, which for whatever reason has not used areas of the farm for 25 years, wanting a right to go back and reinstate pasture. And I must say I'm struggling with that as a notion of an existing right. I mean, how can someone farm and then not clear a paddock for 25 years? I don't know, and I'd be really interested if there's any sort of insights from that you can put into the mix there.
I would also, I mean, usually, again, because of its hillside and manuka, kanuka like hillside, you're then going to have the issue of erosion, which then speaks to our waterways, of then that sediment going into the waterways. So it plays so many roles.
I think Ms. Wakara.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I just wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge the recent Supreme Court decision, the TTR decision that confirmed that the longest held existing use right was the concept of kaitiakitanga. It was, of course, a decision under the EEZ Act, but it was also within this rohe. It was seabed mining off the shore of Taranaki. So I just wanted to provide that additional reference in relation to existing rights to assist the discussion.
Well, I mean, to some extent, while we're talking about that legal side of it, and I'm sorry to divert, but your lawyer has stuck her hand up for a kōrero, so I'm going to take advantage of that. The concept of an existing use right under the Resource Management Act and under the prior legislation is quite a specific creature. And I think I was involved in one of the cases that talked about the seasonal reliance of that right. I think it was the Ayers Eco Park decision, where the court acknowledged that in a rural sense, the fact that you might not do something every year doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to use your existing use right, because of course they're time limited. If you use it, if you don't use it, you lose it, essentially, in the RMA speak. And I know that there was a concept there of seasonal use, so that if, for example, you left a field fallow and it came back with bracken and a bit of manuka and kanuka and scrub took away on it, just because you'd left it fallow for maybe 2 or 3 years, it didn't mean you weren't allowed to go back and slash it and get it ready to use again. But I'd be interested in whether there have been any other cases since then which have examined the limits of that seasonality. Because 25 years is a long time.
I would agree, Sam.
Even in the Coromandel, again, we had exactly the same debate, and I think the rule that arose out of the TCDC district plan in rural areas was younger than 15 years and no taller than 6 meters. So it was very much pegged at the point at which that type of scrub, that manuka and kanuka, was going from being very sparse and simply a consequence of not a field being fallow into that realm of suddenly establishing itself. Now, again, these are very Western concepts, because the kōrero we've heard is that from the moment the seed is in the ground, the forest is there. It just hasn't let itself be known. And so those concepts are in different spaces, really. But I'd be very interested to see whether any other decisions have explored the limits of that seasonality, because it is something, I must say, I'll put my heart on my chest. I'm not immediately persuaded is a reasonable period where what we are talking about is the fingers of the regrowth of the forests in a plan that sets itself with a restoration objective.
Yes, so I'd be happy to address the case law in that regard, and would add at this stage that, in my mind, the seasonality associated with existing use rights under the RMA at least must be contextualised to the relevant industry. So, of course, 25 years might be appropriate in the context of forestry, but we're dealing here with farming, where an expectation of seasonality is far more time limited, I would submit. And so 25 years in my mind is a period which I would see as losing an existing use right. But the point was simply to note the recent Supreme Court decision in terms of the context of what that may mean for existing use rights under the RMA, and the prevalence and that the pre-existing determination on part of the Supreme Court in relation to the role of kaitiakitanga. I'm happy, though, sir, to, as part of my supplementary submission, simply look into that discrete point around any case law, as you've requested.
You'll be doing lots of homework for us, I'm sure.
It seems that way.
Well, I'm very grateful for your clients for bringing you to us on their behalf as well. So it's very important that we explore these issues as deeply as we can. Back to the witnesses. I'm just wondering, Tane, did you have anything you wanted to add around this issue of the reasons why we might allow clearance of kanuka and manuka?
When I heard you pose the first question, one thing that came to my mind was I did a little bit of a comparison, and I compared the manuka to my son. And so if I'm to do that, are you saying that I'm allowed to kill my son when he turns 25? But of course that's, they're our tuakana. We look at manuka, kanuka as having more of a right than us. And that we are the taina. We're the little ones. They are the tuakana. And for me, that's just my worldview. That's where they will always stand. That's what I've been taught by my old people. That's what I've been bred to believe, even though I do believe it. Ko rātou te tamariki o tāne mahuta, they are the children of our God of the forest. And this is our whakapapa.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that evidence, and both of you. It was a real education and much appreciated. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Tane and Murray. My questions in relation to policy Echo 1 and Rule 1 have been asked already by Commissioner Littlejohn and Mr. Coffin, so no further questions from me, sir.
Thank you, David. I have a few questions. The first one is particularly for you, Murray, but perhaps you can both reply. I think you've been in the room when I've been talking about the ecological theory about introducing people to natural places, and I first learned about this from a chap called John Craig, Professor John Craig from Auckland University, who's written papers about conservation lock-up, where you put a fence around something and lock it up, versus the ability for people to experience these natural areas, Ngāhere. And I just wanted to, just following up from your statement, Murray, about it's very difficult because each of these plants are your children, for want of a better word. They've all got values. Just about, I suppose, I'll use the word compromise. The compromise that may have to come along for making some tracks for a trap line, for example, to keep out pests, to enable tamariki to walk up the awa, walk into the Ngāhere and be, will have that special experience. So what's your view on, and this is a real practical issue because Ra and all of the planners are sort of looking at exceptions of where there is going to be some effect in SNA, what might be the bounds of those. So your views on those matters, both of you, would be really appreciated.
Kia ora. Well, as a past ranger of TMP, we have many tracks all over the kaitake, and there's definitely maintenance on those tracks, you know, to keep them to a good standard so we can get past certain areas. I guess the difference to me is that sometimes there's an opportunity for harvest when that happens. So, for example, if there's a certain tree that you'd usually harvest the bark from, you know, small, say it be, that usually you'd take a small amount, but when someone's done track maintenance, there's an opportunity to take a lot if that is just basically trimming branches along the edge of a track. It's quite different than a situation where we've got full construction like the Kaitake Trail, where we're going to have permanent, you know, big structures through our ngāere and permanent loss and clearance on a grand scale. So I think tracks is understandable, and I think a lot of it is about the intent, you know, to bring tamariki in to give back. That's quite different than serving people's want to bike fast down a maunga. It's the intent for us. If it's going to allow further kaitiakitanga, because for the possum control networks, we have to go all over the show, and so there does have to be a huge network of tracks, but they're like a single lane, obviously single file type walking track, opposed to a 3 metre get a digger in there track. Yeah, I think it's probably just common sense of go cautiously. Obviously you're going to take some, but in a situation where you can go round, but it's not minimising the value of the trees. It's not a justification. It's more the purpose of why we're doing it, I think, should be the question, not the, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Rather than the
There needs
why.
to be good reason.
Yeah, good reason. And if it's to add to that, because for us, one of our values for when we go into resource consents on the maunga was that our decisions are always to enhance the mana of the maunga, not us, the mana of the maunga. So sometimes it means we go without. So if we want stairs, but it's going to damage something, make a smaller track because therefore it's less damaging. So in the instance of the Kaitaki Trail, that does not add or enhance the mana of the maunga. And so, whereas possum control and kiwi release does enhance the mana of our maunga.
Just a follow-up question on that. The trail, can you differentiate between perhaps someone who wants to be the big hero or the heroine and race across this area the fastest time on a bike, as opposed to someone who might want to bike just for the beauty of just being amongst it? Is there any differentiation there?
I guess the difference in that is that if there was a walking track is one thing, but a bike trail means construction of bridges. So that's when it would be like, yes, I'd love to be able to do that, but if it's going to not enhance the mana of my maunga, then it's best I walk. So it's that was the difference for us.
Okay.
Aye.
Anne, does that cover it?
I think we've got enough tracks on our maunga.
Okay. Just to clarification, for the predator control, are you using, or is the project and Doc and others using four-wheel drive vehicles to service traps? It's all done by walking? Okay. And helicopters, we don't have, on another Christchurch City Council hearing, use of helicopters was a big issue for the district plan. I don't know whether it's coming up with for us, but are there lots of helicopters used around the maunga?
There are for servicing of the dock huts, mostly for wharepaku. Sometimes we've taken advantage of those opportunities when the helicopters flying to put in loads of boxes for traps, but mostly it's on your back, walk it in.
So those rectangular wooden traps on the back?
On your back.
Wow. Yep. Okay, that's helpful. I do want a couple of visuals if I can. In the evidence, Julie, on figure 1, there's an image there that's been provided. You bring that up for us? Just above paragraph 22. Maybe make that, can we make it a bit bigger? Okay. I think the whole screen needs to go just bigger. Just a fuller screen. Okay. And yes, Anna, can you just talk me through what you'd like to show us with this figure?
I'll just read there the caption there. Below map, boundary of Mount Taranaki and Kaitaki and Pauakai Ranges ONFL included within the natural features and landscape character. Our Section 42A report amplifies this. The Plymouth District Council and Taranaki Regional Council, through the exclusion of Pukaiti within the ONFL, are segregating our tupuna, our maunga and our interconnected. Our maunga are interconnected. They are prevalent to our kōrero, and we are bound by our whakapapa. So I mentioned some of the maunga that stand within our rohe. Patuha, Kaitake, Te Iringa Āniu, Awakai, Ioke, Ukaiti, and Rua Taranaki himself. For us, this narration tells us who we are. These are tupuna names who have wakapapa interconnectedness to us as people. The segregation of the asset management plan for Pakaiti Gardens separates us, separates our tupuna as a family. Some of these sites that are within the Kaitaki Ranges and these sites that are within the Pakaiti Gardens and even on the Maunga, a lot of our sites are interconnected through hapu and whānau. There are papakainga, there are maara, there are ceremonial places there, and all of our tupuna visited them. They are all still there today. We don't consider kaitake to be separate from Pawakai, and that they are connected via awa. They are connected via the korowai, the cloak that Taranaki himself wears, koro Taranaki. The ngahere is his korowai. This picture signifies a big hole in our koro's korowai. And I don't know whether that enhances his mana or whether it diminishes mana.
Thank you for that. Is there any significance in the lighter green? Is that the just around about? Is it slightly? It's not your rohi. Yes, just through there. It's no significance there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. That could be part.
No, I think that's.
Oh,
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Young.
This is the same map I used in my Section 42A report, and it was just to show that the boundaries of that ONFL, and so the green line is actually the ONFL boundary. I'm not quite sure what that. Are you talking about that sort of shaded area?
Yes, yes, outside
no,
the
I don't.
ONFL.
I think it's the Stony River, which is also another ONFL.
No, it's not this. No,
I'm not
it's
quite sure.
Hangatahu is further south.
Oh, okay. I'm not quite sure what it is then, but just to, it was a map just used to show quite clearly that Pukeiti was not part of that ONFL.
Okay. Just one other question. Trees, mate, it looks like a surveyor's put a compass on a plan and drawn around. Is that how it happened, or was there some, in terms of, was that just an elevation?
It's the boundary, that's how the boundary's drawn for the national park.
Yes.
Yeah,
It looks like a surveyor used a compass and drew a circle around it, but I'm just intrigued whether that's in fact what they did, or whether that's just an elevation that was cleared and then the national park came later on. Anyway, it's not important. All right, I would like to have one more image up, and it's really around your paragraph 25 in the kōrero around Oranga Pā, and just so I can visualise what you're doing. So I think the best thing to do there would be to go to the planning maps and home in on that area the best we can.
Oh interested.
So this is really just a bit of a case study of how the plan might work around these sorts of issues, and an explanation.
One of the planning team could give me an address to search on.
Weld Road.
Well, Lower Weld Road is it?
Lower Weld Road.
Sometimes you need to say weld, lower or just start with lower.
Okay, are we down near are we near the coast somewhere for this?
Here it goes.
Yes, here we go. So just explain the best way you can to us.
Okay.
Yes.
So go up.
You can go up there. The others probably won't, or they might follow you, camera, but we can follow you with the camera.
So this is our whenua ariki, and this is the swing bridge I was talking about. So from the information I have, there was little or no consultation, and then direct access to Hauranga Park. Sorry. So if I was to draw a line across here, that's the Māori land block. But of course, this coastal strip here is dockland governed by MPDC. And there's the archaeological features right here, which is an old kainga. And then of course they were gaining access through here, and then over and down into the reserve over there. And of course this headland is, I would say, about 15 metres high. So probably as high as the roof if we were to look up. If we were to stand on the sand, the top of the pile would be about the size of the roof.
Okay.
So they would have to traverse on a bike on an angle probably, pretty steep.
Yes.
So I don't know how they're getting up there on bikes.
But you mentioned they might have formed some tracks through spraying or something?
Yeah, so the track goes up and goes straight along, but then they'd sprayed a little track around here so that people could sit down and admire the archaeological features, I don't know. But then of course they were coming through here as well. And it's my understanding that that type of behaviour was intentional. That was actually, people were setting out to achieve that.
You mentioned a whananga that was living on the Maori land, is that just there? Yes.
This is his bus.
Yes.
He's been there approximately 15 years. Yep. And this has been an issue for him and his family, and he continues to get ostracised by the community. And 17 years he has not changed his story. He's still there today trying to protect not only his family's land, the archaeological features, but our historic landmark also is a big part of his mahi. And I take my hat off to him. I probably would have given up 10 years ago.
And the name of the awa?
Whenua Ariki on this side, and the Timaru on that side. And both of them hold extreme significance. If you follow them awa, the Whenua Ariki, that'll take you up the maunga, up Kaitaki. You follow the Timaru, that'll take you along the western side of the maunga. But also, they take the awa takes the name from the sites up there. So there are many, many sites. There are probably about 3 or 4 Timaru sites. But of course, that's where the name comes from. Timaru is one of the new management plans that I'm working on the kōrero for. And so one of the alternative access ways for the public is actually they want to build a walkway around the front so that people can access around the headland at high tide only. Because at low tide it's fine. At high tide, the public can't get access. And so, yeah, so there'll be a fence coming from here all the way along to here, and then probably around the side there, all the way to there. And that will actually stop access from both ways.
Yes.
Literally stop it. Let's hope they don't do anything to the fence. So the walkway is a new or a separate project, and when we go through that process, we'll look at a cultural impact assessment for that area, which will help inform how potentially that particular structure might be built. And of course, the other reason for the management, the Awa management plan is for that historical content as well to feed into that.
So that CIA works with the council, that council's working on the walkway project, that's the...
Yes,
yeah.
Our first project was we asked that we protect the site first,
Yes.
we build that fence first,
Yes.
and then we'll worry about the...
Okay.
Yeah.
In your view, being involved in CIA and the term of the day, co-design, that's what you like to, that's the way you like to roll with these things, with the council?
Yes, that's right. So we, once we're actually informed of the issue and it becomes to light, that we're actually, I guess, initiating that engagement first, only then are we actually able to become co-designers. But of course, through this process, I think it was started at the start of the year. We've been hit by COVID. We've had a few hiccups along the way around permits and stuff like that, and that's standard. We have to go through the Archaeological Authority as well. Of
course.
So I think, October now, 10 months later, we're getting there.
Okay.
We're getting there.
Yep. Okay. Well, look, that's everything I have, and thank you again for just your very interesting written brief, and also just the kōrero. It's I certainly find as a commissioner, this is the oral evidence is often, particularly with reference to plans and PowerPoints that people bring up, that's where the real essence comes through. So it's great to take the time to listen and hear, which is what we're here to do. So thank you very much.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou.
You've now got the planning anahira, the planning angel.
Planning. Okay, planning angel. Right.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if we could have a couple of minute comfort spot.
Of course. I'm wondering whether we might actually take an early lunch.
Yeah, I was going to say.
There's certainly a break in the evidence. And I thought yesterday we perhaps had a bit much time, but 45 minutes. Back at 1:15. Thank you. Yes, well, okay, the timings. So thank you for that brief delay. I walked past a bunch of our people in the audience here or in the room, and they're having a delicious looking seafood chowder, which had just arrived at the table. So I thought it was reasonable to just give them a bit of time to finish that off. Right, now we're into the planning team, and Maria, I think you're going first from what we heard before lunch. Thank you very much.
Kia ora. Tēnā rā tātou, e mihi ana kia koutou, e commissioners, ngā kaimahi o te kaunihira, e mihi hoki ana oku whanaunga, tuakana tungane e hui mai nei, e tautoko ai te taki nei, i te kaupapa nei, ara oku taonga, ngā wai, ngā ere, ngā tipu, ngā kirehe, te taio katoa. Ko ai au, ko Maria Hokapaura tōku ingoa, he uri o Taranaki Maunga au, he uri o Ngāti Ruanui, Ngā Rauru ki tahi Pakakoi hoki. He te mahi au mō te kāhui o Taranaki iwi, he environmental planner au. Kia ora tātou katoa. So thank you commissioners for your time and the opportunity to speak. Also to the council staff, so the district plan review team and the hearings admin team. I'd also like to acknowledge the support that Julie and Christine have given us, especially for this hearing in particular. And I'd like to acknowledge all of our whanaunga who have been present throughout this hearing and the previous hearings, both those presenting evidence and those who have come to support ngā mihi kia koutou. I'd like to acknowledge the mahi that has gone into the hapu and iwi submissions from their part, and acknowledge that this process can be a daunting prospect, but that the evidence that has been presented by our cultural experts over the past 2 days is really critical to this process, and I want to honour and acknowledge that. In speaking to my evidence, I'm going to take it as read, but wish to highlight some of the key points raised in the discussion and questioning over the previous days of the hearing. So in terms of my evidence as it relates to water bodies, I'd like to highlight the following points. So the two-tiered approach, and I think Ms. Young has commented on this in her kind of overview of at the beginning of the hearing, is that we disagree with this two-tiered approach to water bodies, and that our submission is that all water bodies are treated the same under the district plan, especially as it relates to setbacks, earthworks, and those provisions. In terms of the purpose of Schedule 9 and what the purpose, what purpose does it serve in the district plan? My reading of it is that the only provisions that are linked with Schedule 9 are setbacks for the scheduled or significant water bodies, and then esplanade, the taking of esplanades during subdivision, or the taking of esplanades. So regarding, so our submission is that all water bodies, should be treated the same in terms of setbacks, earthworks in proximity to water bodies, wastewater treatment plants. Those rules should be the same for all water bodies, which would remove that one provision, or that one purpose, I guess, of Schedule 9. The second purpose in terms of esplanade, the taking of esplanades, my kind of thought process, or my thinking through of that is, well, what's the purpose of taking the strips? And so the 42A report focuses primarily on the role that esplanades play in achieving access. So, and this I think is a result of the approach in the ODP where it's they were called priority water bodies, and that has, I guess, rolled over into the PDP. But if Schedule 9 is used to just identify awa that public access is preferred along, then I consider that Schedule 9 should be explicitly referred to as that, not scheduled water bodies or significant water bodies. It should be water bodies for access priorities or whatever. Because from my reading of the plan, Schedule 9 does identify values, albeit incomplete. There's an incomplete identification of the values of these awa, because not all of the awa there have cultural values, which, as you've heard, the numerous tangata whenua submitters say that actually all awa are significant, all have cultural value. That's not recognised in the plan. So if another purpose of Schedule 9 is to identify these values, then there should be provisions attached to those values. And as far as I can see, in my reading of the provisions of the plan, there are the only provisions are esplanade strips. And as we've heard throughout the course of this hearing, there's that debate or that question around, what role does water quality play, and where does the district council fit in that regard? And so I think we acknowledge that water quality falls within the regional council's jurisdiction. So that, I guess that is removed from the purpose of Section 9, also, Schedule 9 also. So then what other values are we trying to address with Schedule 9? And I would argue that based on the proposed district plan as it's been notified, the purpose of Schedule 9 is esplanade strips for access. There's no other, the plan doesn't provide any additional kind of detail as to how any other values are achieved through the taking of esplanades. And so with regard to esplanade strips, my evidence differs slightly from that of Ms. Makwo, who says that, my evidence is that it's not our intent to take esplanades on every water body in the district. That would be great to have that ability, but I looked at it in terms of efficiency and effective, like what is most efficient and effective. And if we're going to ask for that, there are significant impacts in terms of cost implications for MPDC, in terms of compensation for taking of esplanade strips, maintenance, monitoring, etc., etc. So I guess I had already come to a compromised position on that in my evidence. But if the panel were minded to recommend that the ability to take esplanades on all water bodies was something that they were of a mind to do, Te Kaui o Taranaki and I would definitely support that. So I just wanted to make that distinction there. I did talk about, just briefly, about the function of the district council is compared with the regional council when it comes to water bodies, and acknowledge that water quality is under the regional council's jurisdiction. However, I don't think anyone would argue that land use, subdivision, other issues that fall under the district council's jurisdiction, that they don't impact on water bodies. I think we all can acknowledge that there are impacts on water bodies. When we're talking about impacts on water bodies, we're not focusing solely on water quality. There's a number of considerations that might go into how an awa is affected by a development. And so one example of this is, like, if we're considering a development in proximity to a river, the district plan may not focus on water quality, but it might focus on the ability of tangata whenua to exercise kaitiakitanga and customary practices. It might look at the cultural values of the awa or effects on amenity. It's not to say that any development is narrowed down to the only thing that's important is water quality. From my view, and as a Māori resource management practitioner, there's a whole lot of things that contribute to the values of an awa that if we reduce it down to about water quality, we're missing such a big part of the picture. And I know this isn't anything new to the panel, but I think that it's important to note that, just because something is in regard or relates to a water body doesn't mean that everything hinges on the effects to water quality and should therefore automatically just be a regional council issue. Moving on to my comments on ecosystems.
I wonder, Ms. Kapora, if we just pause there, because you've got a nice bit of new evidence. We might just take any questions on your section D first, just to keep it nice and clear. So, Commissioner Coffin, do you have any questions on section D?
Just adjusting my papers here. I actually, I would just go through chronologically, Mr. Chair, because I did have a question at C.
Okay, now we can take a question at C. Yeah, anything up to E would be good.
Okay.
Hmm.
Hey, good afternoon. Just looking at the section under Modi, starting at paragraph 13, and I was just interested in your comments, and I've got a note that perhaps we should be referring to Modi, spelt M-O-U-R-I, throughout the plan, except for when it might be a direct quote from a higher order document or a specific source. Did you have a view in regards to that? I know we're doing definitions and things a little bit later on, but picking them up as we go.
So within Taranaki, there's a variation in terms of the spelling. So some iwi use M-A-U-R-I, some use M-O-U-R-I.
Okay. So we may have to use them both.
I mean, I don't have I'm not an expert on Māori, it's not my place, I guess, to say whether we should use M-O-U or M-A-U, but yeah.
That's fine. It's just something here that's going to come up, I think. But I think what I'm taking from you is that it is both forms are used by iwi and Taranaki or New Plymouth. Thank you. You mentioned earlier that you've come to a compromise, and I've just wanted to make sure that I've got this right in regards to water bodies and the schedule. So you're saying, I'm just looking forward to the recommended amendments that you've made. And I'm looking at, so when you're talking about compromise, are you suggesting that the earthworks are set back at least 10 metres, and this is also in regards to the building setbacks, 10 metres from any water body, where it currently says any significant and also scheduled crossed out, you're saying any water body, that's the compromise you're talking about?
No, so the compromise I'm talking about is in terms of esplanade taking on every water body.
Thank you. I didn't have any other specific questions in this particular section, Mr. Chair. I've got lots of highlights.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Littlejohn. Just on these initial sections, any questions?
Yeah, look, I am very grateful for your evidence. Thank you for that. I wanted just to get your assistance on whether you need to pick up the fact that natural water bodies, as they are used in the plan, are a subset of water bodies, and if it's your intention to deal with one or the other or both. And I don't know if you picked up in the definitions chapter, a water body is defined by reference to section 2 of the Act, which is a very broad definition and includes, let me pull it up. Dun, dun, dun. Means fresh water or geothermal water in a river, lake, stream, pond, wetland or aquifer, or any part thereof that is not located within the coastal marine area. So that's how the plan adopts that as a definition of water body, but it also has a qualified term called natural water body, which means a water body but excludes an aquifer, stormwater ponding area, or any part of a river or stream that is piped. And I just wanted to get you to exercise your planning brain on whether one or other or both of those defined terms is intended with the rules you're proposing.
So I'd consider it would be the definition as per part 2, section 2 of the RMA.
Okay, so with no exclusions for water bodies that might comprise aquifers or stormwater ponds or piped streams.
That's correct.
Okay.
Although I'd note that, the idea of a natural water body, as opposed to, so I guess we have a history of having a lot of our, especially urban awa or urban, water bodies being piped or being used as stormwater infrastructure, and I don't believe if the direction of travel that we're working towards is restoration and reconnection, and we're looking at a integrated approach to Te Mano o Te Wai from ki uta kitai approach, then I don't think that viewing water bodies which have historically and still currently piped or forming part of a stormwater infrastructure system, I don't think that that's correct, or I don't think that's helpful. I think we need to broaden our way of looking at these water bodies so that we can achieve those good outcomes that we're looking for. Yeah.
Well, I understand that, and for a policy direction, yeah, I think that's more than appropriate. But when you get down into the nitty-gritty of a plan and the rules that regulate conduct, if for example we accepted your rules and that buildings had to be set back from all water bodies, then it would require a building to be set back from a piped stream, i.e. a stream that's not even visible on the surface of the land. And is that what you'd intend?
Yeah, so in a way, yes, because again, if we're aiming towards restoration, then what does the restoration of that water body look like?
Yeah, but this is a permitted this is a permitted activity, Ms. Hukapura. This isn't a resource consent. This is what can I do on my land? Oh, there's an underground pipe that conveys some water. The rule says that I've got to set my building back 10 metres from it, even though I can't see it. What does the council officer on duty say to the landowner?
You'll need a resource consent.
Okay. Are you familiar with section 230 of the Resource Management Act?
Not familiar that I can pick it off the top of my head.
Oh, it's the section which requires that when land is subdivided to allotments less than 4 hectares, an esplanade, stream or reserve shall be given adjacent to a river or a lake. Are you familiar with the mechanics of that?
Yes.
Okay. So you'll be familiar that that obligation only exists where the stream or the river in question has an average width of 3 metres or more.
Yes.
So you're accepting then that for streams that are narrower than 3 metres, there is no obligation on a subdividing landowner to provide an esplanade reserve unless the district plan requires that to be the case.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so it's on that basis that you've put forward your proposal for rules that would only require esplanade reserves or strips to be taken on specific streams or on all streams. Where have you landed on that?
So ideally we would like to have the ability, or that we would like the council to have the ability to take esplanades on all water bodies that they are able to, but acknowledge that there are limitations for council in doing that. And so it's my submission that if there are areas of if there are particular water bodies that council has identified as being important in terms of public access or other esplanade connectivity, that we're content, I guess, for the council to identify those in a schedule, and we would,
Okay. So you're not a fan of the current approach of these dashed green lines going adjacent to the banks of the rivers in the district, the one that's shown on the planning maps at the moment?
I think they serve slightly different purposes. From my understanding, dotted green lines on the planning maps were identified through a public access exercise where council identified areas that public access was preferred regardless of whether they were along water bodies or not. And I think that they're related but serve slightly different functions. That's my reading of it.
So if I can summarise it, then your preferred position would be that in every instance where council is able to take an esplanade strip or reserve, it should have the power to do it, but that it ought to be waived based on the circumstances of the location and the land, following advice from tangata whenua.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, thank you, sir. Just trying to ascertain which of my questions have been answered and which haven't. Maybe I could start this way, Maria, that I guess I'm learning more about the way this plan's structured in relation to water bodies the more I get into the evidence. So just in terms of an inventory, we've got two issues here. One is a setback for land use activities from waterways. Now let's come back to whether they are natural in a moment. We've got a rule affecting whether land is taken as part of an esplanade reserve at the time of subdivision. That's really the two rules we're looking at, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And the first rule is a land use rule, and that's rules 3 to 4 in the WB chapter.
Mm-hmm.
And the esplanade rule is a subdivision rule, and it's a restricted discretionary activity, I think, at rule 5. That's your understanding?
Yes.
Yes. So what we're dealing with in terms of the land use rules are standards that enable the activity to be permitted. And at the subdivision rule, we've got matters of discretion to which council can exercise discretion over when it comes to subdivision of land containing a waterway, whatever the qualifier on that waterway is.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Looked at your track change provisions, and I think I've got the right ones. I hope I have. And the focus seems to be on the rules 3, 4, 5, and some of the matters of discretion. But I don't see any alterations to the policies and objectives that sit above those. Have I missed something there? I presume it's your Appendix 1, Maria, that
Yeah. Let me just check. I've missed. No, that's correct. We haven't proposed any changes to policy, except for, I guess it'd be I think it would come under P1 when we're talking about Schedule 9 and how that fits in there.
I must have missed that then, Maria, because in Appendix 1, can you just point me to that alteration for P1?
No, there is no specific wording change proposed. It's just how Schedule 1 would, I guess, fit in with WB P1.
Yes. Well, that's a good point for my next question, and that is the objectives and policies of the plan, as notified, were predicated on, I guess, the word significant being in front of the word water bodies. And if I look at P1, the beginning of that was identify a map and schedule significant water bodies. P2, protect the natural character of significant water bodies. Change that's been proposed by Young is to change that word from significant to scheduled. And so in the application of that would be both the land use rule and the subdivision rule that we talked about a few moments ago. I take your point that you would like all of the rules to apply to water bodies, whether they're natural or man-made constructed. I just have a policy issue with that, because that's not the focus of the policy and objectives. It's more around what the council deemed at the notified stage to be significant water bodies, and I doubt that there were any bodies within Schedule 9 that were piped waterways. And I'm just wondering, it's one thing to change the rules, but the rules are there to give effect to the policies, and I'm wondering whether there's some sort of orphan or gap between the linkage between the policies and the objectives based on the relief you're advocating for. Any comment on that?
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I acknowledge. I take your point. That if we were to apply that Section 2 definition of a piped water body, for instance, that there would be a bit a disconnect between between the purpose of or the what's set out in terms of expectations from what was notified as to what we've what we're seeking relief in terms of. But I guess I would I'd also note that I had I've obviously missed out the inclusion of the policies and that change in terms of significant, the change to being scheduled, and then us requesting that scheduled be removed. So I can provide an updated version of those policies.
Yeah. That's one way of skinning the cat, I guess, and that's valid. I guess what I'm wondering, that's the mechanical response, if you like. I'm more worried about exploring the substantive issue behind the gap, and that is if there are resource consents for assessing a reduced setback from a waterway, that is a non-natural waterway, a piped culvert, and the council officer or the Section 42A officer goes to the policies and objectives, and the policies and objectives talk about water bodies with natural character and ecology, recreation, cultural and spiritual heritage values being protected from inappropriate activities, and this activity being a building or earthworks that is closer than the setback specified. Just wondering how transparent and how honest is that assessment? I mean, or the resource consent process that's being triggered by your suggested relief, because unless you're telling me that the pipe stream still has high natural character and ecological values, it seems a little bit redundant to have a resource consent process associated with that.
I guess based on that line of thinking, though, there's the assumption that there is none, and that it's a pipe, and that so the kōrero that we heard yesterday is that all wai has mana, all wai has whakapapa, all wai is, there's this relationship that, and so the wai still has mana even if it's in a pipe. And so it's not that there is no cultural or no character values or ecological values, it's just that it's considered a pipe and infrastructure, not why. And so I guess there is a disconnect between how water is conceptualised in and included in a plan compared to how we as Māori consider water, and I guess plan making and the implementation of plans and rules and provisions is where those things often, those conflicts, the conflicts between those views come into play. And so what I'm putting forward here is that it may seem extreme to people who view, oh, it's just a pipe, but actually in terms of a te ao Māori perspective in mātauranga Māori, there's, it's not extreme, it's something that is, you have to consider these effects on why, regardless of what state you find it in. And so I guess that's the challenge for us as Māori resource management practitioners, but also the panel, the council, and is how do we bring those two things closer together in order to provide for development, land use, those kinds of things, but still providing for and giving mana to mātauranga Māori, the Māori worldview, te manga o te wai, te oranga o te taiao, all of those things. And so I guess that's that's part of the challenge that I was trying to bring to the fore, and that this is one possible solution. I'm not saying that it's the solution and that anything else is not going to work, but I think it's, this is a potential solution.
Two very brief comments. The first is, does your rationale that you've just outlined in relation to setbacks from all waterways apply equally to Esplanade Reserve thinking also? Or are you suggesting that could be a different outcome? That Esplanades the need for an Esplanade, and it is a discretionary matter, could be decided on a case-by-case basis. What are you suggesting there?
So I guess short answer would be a case-by-case basis would be can be appropriate, because
involve all waterways though. I mean, yes. Under your scenario, all waterways would be captured, all waterways. Subdivision of land adjoining all waterways would be a restricted discretionary activity. There would be no permitted or controlled subdivisions in the district.
Correct. Yes.
And that you still maintain that position in effect.
Yes. Yep. And so, so our submission is that any subdivision containing a water body should be restricted discretionary. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Just finally, is there any, acknowledging your point that why is the why, and the manner of the why is important regardless of how it's conveyed, either through a pipe or a natural bank, is there any benefit or merit in nuancing the rules to reflect the difference between a natural waterway and a constructed waterway? So, still requiring setbacks, but of a different magnitude.
Yeah. I think there's value in that.
To that?
I haven't done any. I haven't done any particular work in framing any wording or something to that effect, but I can definitely see merit in that approach.
Okay, thank you for those answers. That's all from me, Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you. Maria, I have one question. It's around your paragraph 22 and the table that you reproduced, which was table 3 in Ms Young's section 42A report. I just wanted to clarify just how you've done this. So you say this, you put in an additional column on the right-hand side, recording your comments and your response.
Yes.
So let's just start at the top. This is where Ms Young looked at the implications of significant water body provisions applied to all water bodies.
Yes.
Yes. So are you agreeing with the analysis of Ms Young? Or are you agreeing that this is what the plan should be doing? I just wanted to rationalise what you're doing in your column.
Yeah, so it's responding to what the implications would be if significant water bodies were removed and the rules or the provisions of the plan were applied to all water bodies. So I'm saying in my comment or response that I agree with the implication that Ms Young has, I guess, the train of thought,
okay.
the thread that she's followed, that I agree with. That's how we would see that playing out as well.
Yes. But your basic premise is you would like to see Schedule 9, your evidence is that Schedule 9 should come out of the plan and be replaced with a more general water bodies definition. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm saying if there should be no scheduled water bodies for where we have two different, that two-tiered approach, but if we're going to have a schedule of water bodies, that it should be clear about what the purpose of taking esplanades is for, or if there are indeed priority water bodies for esplanades.
Yes.
Which, that in my reading, that's what the purpose of Schedule 9 appears to be.
Yes.
Then it should be named to reflect that, and it should be referred to in sub S9, I think it is.
Okay.
Which,
right.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily has anything to do with our water bodies, like the rules that apply to water bodies.
Okay. The second column there, or the second row, you say in there requiring esplanades along all water bodies is not Te Kahui's intention.
Yep.
I thought in your response to Commissioner Littlejohn you said that was your intention.
Ideally we would love that, but the changes that I've proposed as part of my submission is that the taking of esplanades would be part of Schedule 9.
Okay.
If the panel were to, Ms Muckle's evidence is that Schedule 9 should go and esplanades should be taken along every water body. If the panel were to recommend that, Te Kahui would definitely be in support of that, but we're not. This is not like we want council to take esplanades on everything regardless of any cost implications or, the efficiency or effectiveness of it. But so that's where the goal is here. But in my evidence, I've said, I've taken a compromised position, I guess, on that.
Okay, and I think answering my own question, I think your responses to Commissioner Littlejohn was about building setbacks, not esplanade reserve. So that's a different topic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. And then just looking at the last row, and this is about wastewater treatment plants needing to be set back 10 metres. So you agree that will be the implication.
Yep.
But then you make a comment about, you reference Pauling and Ataria, 2010, and you say that there are TRC setbacks regarding setbacks for domestic wastewater systems 25 metres from surface water bodies and 50 metres. So is that just an observation, or is that's not what you're seeking here?
No.
No. All right.
No, just that was more comment to provide a bit of context and background for why we consider that, from wastewater treatment plants being further away from water bodies is a good thing.
But you haven't asked for that specifically change in that rule in your submission, have you?
No, we're asking that the 10 metres that would have applied to scheduled or significant water bodies is applied to all water bodies.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Instead of the 5 metres that was
yes.
as notified.
All right. Okay, I just wanted to clarify the intention of the comments.
Yeah, and I would note that the TRC setbacks for domestic wastewater systems are often because those domestic wastewater systems have like dispersal fields, which can result in further down track discharge to water bodies.
So these are more septic tanks?
Yes.
Rather than engineered wastewater treatment plants?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right, let's move on to...
Stephen.
Yes.
Sorry, just supplementary from me, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Maria, I just want to ask you a very brief question, and that is, in terms of the submission that was lodged originally, are you saying, I guess the implication of that is there's no need to use the word scheduled or significant, and therefore there's no need for Schedule 9, is there?
That's correct.
Yes. The system that you're adopting now for espionage reserves at least does rely on having a Schedule 9 though, doesn't it?
Yes.
Whereas the position you're adopting for the land use setback rules doesn't. It's all water bodies.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, okay. Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Section E.
Section E. Ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity. The key points of our submission here focus on the identification of SNAs, particularly the inclusion of Mātauranga Māori in this criteria, and I guess so. It's our submission that Mātauranga Māori should be a criteria in identifying what is significant, and that Te Ao Māori perspective and Mātauranga Māori should be used. Should be used to determine what is significant, rather than the purely ecological or Western approach that the plan has used. The second point here in our submission is that is around the approach that the plan takes in having rules that are applicable to scheduled areas or areas of Indigenous biodiversity within the within the coastal environment only, and the lack of a kind of catch-all vegetation disturbance clearance provision for Indigenous vegetation or Indigenous habitat outside of those areas, so my submission on that is that if something isn't scheduled, or if areas of Indigenous biodiversity, be that habitat or vegetation, if that's not included in the schedule, or if it's outside of the coastal environment, then under the district plan it's fair game and unprotected, and that it's Te Kāhui's position that that's not acceptable, especially in light of our restoration reconnection goals. And linked with this is the removal or the approach of the PDP to remove areas from the scheduled SNAs because of covenants, biodiversity plans, etc. And so it's our submission that, Te Kahu's submission that covenants and other arrangements don't necessarily provide for the protection of all Indigenous biodiversity equally as the plan, as the PDP could, and that these covenants and other plans prioritise things differently and value things differently. And additional to this is that the covenants and other arrangements don't provide for the involvement and the expertise of tangata whenua as the RMA can and does in many cases. So the values of an SNA may not necessarily be provided for within a QE2 covenant, for instance. So mātauranga Māoris and the elevation of one species over another, as per Māori's evidence, that from a mātauranga Māori perspective, and that it's not really offering protection of Indigenous biodiversity. And I definitely acknowledge that QE2 have done a fantastic job in covenanting a lot of these areas of Indigenous biodiversity, and I'm not diminishing the work that they've done or the protections that they offer, and would encourage, I encourage that, but I don't think that they don't offer the same outcomes and the same involvement that SNAs and the district plan could. There's not the same opportunities for tangata whenua in those spaces where there is a possibility for that under the RMA. Also, there was a bit of discussion last week around, whether council still has an obligation under Section 6C if those areas of Indigenous biodiversity are removed from the plan because they're covenanted. And so what is the council's role? Is it okay that council have just said, oh no, we consider that to be enough to fulfil our obligations there? I'm not convinced of that, but I guess it's not my job to decide that for the council. In terms of some of the questions asked yesterday of Ms. Gibson and Ngāti Mutunga, particularly, and were around, what provisions of the plan are obstacles or hurdles to restoration, and I'd like to just talk to that a bit and say that I consider that the approach in this chapter is an unintended hurdle. So while there are no provisions that specifically limit the ability of hapu to undertake the types of restoration projects that we heard about, it's my submission that the plan needs to have provisions which promote and support this work. And I don't believe it's the intention of the council to do this, but the proposed provisions would allow for clearance of Indigenous biodiversity, not within the coastal environment or scheduled SNA. And while the purpose is to protect Indigenous biodiversity, we're also allowing in the same instance clearance without any, without any safety net to capture any work there. And then, so that's within that one chapter, but then if we're looking at the plan as a whole, we have provisions in other chapters which permit development through land use, earthworks, etc., which undermine the gains that we get from these restoration projects. So I guess it's my submission that there aren't rules that we can point to and say, oh, this specific rule means that this stops us from doing our restoration projects. But I'd rather, I consider that it is, the provisions do allow for restoration projects, but on the other hand, we allow for the degradation of our environment that undermines these projects. So yeah, I don't think there are specific rules that you want to change, but if there's...
I think so, yeah.
If there's... Sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
So just perhaps gather your thoughts.
Yeah, there aren't specific rules that we can point to and say, oh, this needs to be changed to enable us to do these restoration projects better, but rather that there are, within the plan as a whole, if we want to be providing for these great outcomes that come as a result of restoration projects, then maybe we need to consider things upstream that impact on the ability of our hapu downstream to undertake restoration and to make it or to maximise the gains that we can get from that.
Thank you. Is that the summary of your section E?
I think so.
We can go to... now look, I think your evidence is incredibly well written, and this verbal summary is good. So let's go to Commissioner Covan.
Hey, thank you for that. Your summary probably was quite helpful because you've answered a few of the questions about some of the curly bits of your evidence. So that was really helpful. I thought I might go through it chronologically because I've got most of the questions in the written version I have in front of me. Is that okay?
Right.
So I'm just looking at paragraph 40 there. And just the second sentence, considering the large-scale clearance of Indigenous vegetation around the maunga. And I was wondering if you're referring to historical clearance or more recent clearance.
Historical clearance, but I mean, when we talk about historical, what do we mean by historical?
I'm thinking probably in this context, probably pre-Second World War clearance.
Yeah. So most of the clearance was done pre-World War II, but I guess there's been a chipping away at what was left, and now we see through QE2 and all of that protection for those remnants. But yeah.
Thank you. Just in regards to the Department of Conservation have put in their submissions of asked for a new policy to be added to Eco 2. and you may be familiar with it. They called it a general clearance provision for 250 square metres over a 5-year period. And I think you've responded to in your little summary there, but whether you had any particular views about what they've put forward.
Yeah, so I did read Doc's submission regarding this, and yeah, I'm in support of.
Actually, I'm a little bit remiss. I should also mention the Forest and Bird submission, which was I think 100 square metres over 10 years as well, in a similar vein.
Yeah.
But a much smaller area.
Yeah. So I guess my view on the area in particular, I guess I have reservations, I guess, or about that, what the cutoff area is, like 100 metres versus 250, and because I think it depends on where in the district it is, because for example, if it's on our ring plane, 250 metres squared over 5 years, that's a lot, considering the vegetation, the indigenous vegetation cover that we have remaining, whereas in other parts of the hill country, that might not be a big deal because of the type of vegetation, the land, the landform, the surrounding context. So yeah, I think there's more work, I guess, that could be done there to provide that certainty and that clarity that I think would need to be included in a plan.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's a good explanation. I'm just thinking about in the very last sentence of paragraph 42, it's a commentary on existence of covenants on private property does not remove the responsibility of council. And I just wondered whether you had any general thoughts about integrated management, because certainly in my view is a district plan can't do everything. It's integrated with a number of other higher order documents and other implementation measures, consent processes, but also processes that occur under other pieces of legislation which may or may not serve a particular purpose. So I just wondered whether you had a view around covenants and also status of land, for instance, lands that are ministered by Department of Conservation and the Council and reserves, whether that's part of integrated management or you see it slightly differently.
I think that integrated management can be really, really beneficial, and I think that having a range of options is good in terms of it's a bit out of the way, off topic of what you're asking, but so some of the other submitters have asked for more carrots and less stick, and that kind of approach. And I think there's definitely a place for, I guess, that suite of provisions or approaches in terms of protection of Indigenous biodiversity. And I agree that with some of the other kōrero that's been raised about how there is, by and large, a movement towards wanting to protect areas of native bush. But I think that under the RMA, council still has a duty to. They have a role to function, or responsibility to just discharge. And so I think that like Dr. Bloomfield talks about, like the Swiss cheese approach for managing the response to COVID, I think that's also what's required here. Like, we have one layer is covenants, one layer is education and advocating for restoration. Other approaches are pest and pest eradication and that kind of stuff. One of those layers, I think it's important that one of those layers be district plan provisions as well, because none of those layers individually in and of itself is going to solve the problem. But I think that if we have multiple layers, then we're able to capture, I guess, as many we're able to protect as far as possible most of our remaining biodiversity and enable the restoration of areas where we can. Yeah. So I don't know if that answers.
I think it does. It's an interesting perspective. Just reflecting on the Forest and Bird Environment Court case, where the court talked about the suite of mechanisms that might be used, some of those statutory, some of those non-statutory, and you've perhaps described it in a slightly different way, as layers of protection mechanisms, which might play. So yeah, thanks for that. That was really clear. Just turning now just to paragraph 43, you've said that any Indigenous vegetation not identified as SNA could be removed without resource consent, and I think that's fair. This is what I'd asked many of the submitters last week, particularly Department of Conservation and Forest and Bird. Were they aware of any general clearance of Indigenous vegetation that had occurred over the last few years?
So I'm not immediately aware of any within the New Plymouth district. However, my previous role was at South Taranaki District Council, where I was involved in the prosecution of someone who undertook mass Indigenous vegetation clearance.
Okay.
And that was just south of the boundary with New Plymouth District Council. So the Hangatahua, it was right on the southern side of that, which is where the South Taranaki District Council lies. And I was involved, and that was around 5-6 hectares of native bush cleared.
Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I was assuming it was a private landowner?
Yes, that's correct. And it adjoined the national park.
Thank you.
And a significant natural area.
I'm just changing tack a little bit. This is just in regards to the recommended clause 5 in Eco P1. This is recognising Mātauranga Māori, and you might have heard my questions to Mr. Manu and Ms. Marie Hunt this earlier around whether that particular criteria was specific enough or tailored enough to encompass Mātauranga Māori. But this was following our wānanga, of course. And of course the answer was no, but I suppose I'm just putting it to you in terms of where you might have a criteria that's recognising Mātauranga Māori, and it might be a number of criteria. And I know there's some efficiency in having one criteria, but it just seemed to me this particular one focuses on uses. But there are lots of other reasons why an area of Indigenous biodiversity be important from a Te Ao Māori perspective that isn't necessarily just about the use. So I just wondered whether you had any particular views.
Yeah, so the proposed wording we've got here, totally acknowledged it doesn't provide for the relief sought by some of our hapu submitters, and we kind of knew that when we were drafting this proposed wording, because I guess
And And I'm certainly not criticising the drafting process. It's just one of those things where you're trying to be succinct and concise.
Yeah.
But you also, what you're dealing with is the breadth of 1,000 years plus of knowledge into one sentence. So that's a challenging task in of itself.
Yeah, and so I guess what we tried to do was take the concept of mātauranga Māori and then kind of, unfortunately, but reduce it down to different aspects so that to provide a bit of certainty as required in a plan. And so I guess if we're looking through the strategic objectives of the plan, as well as the direction given by Section 6C, Section 6E, 7A, funneling that down into how this plan gives effect to those things, or enables that. If we're considering mātauranga Māori within that that framework, that setting, where our focus is on abundance, I guess. And so where that abundance comes into play is with use. And so in crafting the wording here, we've tried to encapsulate the breadth of mātauranga Māori, but by tying it to those uses. And so the uses are context, they depend on where in the rohe we are, on the particular ngāere or awa that we're referring to. And so I guess we've tried to like you say, like reduce down this massive concept into a criteria for identifying significance. And so I'm not going to hang my hat on this wording. I'm totally open to changes and modifications and anything. It's, I guess what we're trying to do is identify that the different ways that significance is identified, and often that is through use, but use because of abundance and in order to achieve abundance, not because of scarcity or some ranking on an ecological framework. Yeah,
that makes sense. Just reflecting on the evidence that Mr. Ritai and Ms. Benson gave us, I think it was yesterday. I'm losing track of days. It always seems to be the same day here in this office. It was really interesting hearing the work that they've been doing with the Māori Compass. I think they were applying the CHI perhaps, the SNAP kits as well. And I just wondered whether we're going along the journey, and there might be further iterations and more defined and more mature work yet to come as those projects develop. And we might be sitting in a room similar to this one in 8 or 9 years, and the world's moved on quite a bit, and those kinds of frameworks have really come to fruition, and you'll see their recognition. So I just wondered whether we're on the journey towards that place.
Yeah, and so the Māori Compass is a good example of a number of tools that are being developed in this space. And so I think you're right in that it is an evolving kind of area, and I don't think that the plan should be, and I don't believe that the plan should be like a or stuck in a point in time where so we've got the Māori Compass currently, so we're going to chuck that into the plan. I don't think that's the intentional purpose, but I think that allowing for this policy wording and better crafted wording by those more experienced, would allow for, you know, the use of those developing tools to be incorporated in the space, because I think you're right that 5-8 years down the track, the tools available and the tools that we can use to support mātauranga Māori inclusion in these spaces will have moved on quite a bit from where we are now.
I'm just writing some notes, and hopefully we might see a MPS Indigenous biodiversity.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Just at paragraph 56, this is just a clarification. Last sentence where you say Te Manotoai as well as other higher order planning documents. Which ones were you referring to specifically there?
Hold on, let me read, please.
Oh, sorry, that's paragraph 56 under the heading rules, last sentence.
I can't think of any right now, but higher order planning documents regarding clearance of manuka and kanuka. Well, I guess in terms of like iwi management plans and that kind of those kind of documents. So, for example, Tai Ora, the Taranaki, or Te Kahui o Taranaki iwi management planning, and I know other iwi management plans do cover Indigenous biodiversity and talk about taonga species, and although Tai Ora does not identify specific taonga species, it does talk about revegetation and restoration of our ngahere and our ring plane where practicable. So those kind of planning documents do refer to, I guess, objectives and provisions around that.
Thank you. I think this might be my last question. It's over the page in natural features and landscapes, and
I think we'll take that when we get to that section.
Oh, sorry, I've strayed into F. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I've jumped the gun.
Commissioner Littlejohn, can we hear from you? Please?
Certainly.
Please.
My first question really, Ms. Okapura, is whether you volunteered to go first out of the three of you, or whether your two colleagues forced you to.
You might not have any questions for the others.
Because from experience, the one who goes first gets the full brunt of the questions.
I was just reflecting on this. I'm almost like the bigger cousin who told them that they had to do it.
You went, go on.
So,
you go first.
So amongst that hilarity, there is an answer to your question. We just let Maria answer that.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner. I was late, so so I didn't get a say.
Oh, that's good. Well, the only one I really wanted to talk to you about, I think you've confirmed it. You're supporting the Department of Conservation's role, which is not specific to whether an area is identified as significant, but the mere fact that it might be Indigenous vegetation, that general clearance rule would, that's something you support.
Yes, correct.
Okay. The other aspect of the Department of Conservation's rule proposal was that it expand the definition of significant natural area to extend beyond merely those that are identified in the schedule, but also to include those that would meet the criteria in policy Eco P1. Are you familiar with that proposal?
Yep, from what I've heard in the hearing so far, yes.
So that would mean that in relation to those eco rules, which are triggered by whether or not your activity involves a significant natural area, whether it be mapped or whether it merely meet the criteria, that would effectively expand the range and the number of SNAs in the New Plymouth district where those rules applied. So you'd understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So if the proposal to expand Eco P1 to include the proposed additional sub-policy was accepted, then on a case-by-case basis, where a landowner was doing an activity within a significant natural area, one of the criteria that would determine whether or not their activity needed a consent perhaps would be whether the area included indigenous species, natural habitats, etc., that have the potential or provide support for cultural practices. So that would be a criterion that a landowner would have to contemplate if their activity was in an area that there was bush potentially.
Yes.
That's what you said. Okay, well that's good. So then, that's where I got to in my reasoning, and then I instantly my Western science hat sort of took over, and I apologize for this bias, but it's something that I've carried with me all my life. And I thought, well, hold on. That means that any landowner that has a potential area of vegetation has to go and seek the advice of tangata whenua as to whether that area of vegetation meets that criterion. And I went, oh, that can't be right. But then you'll be pleased to know, after the last wee while of seeping in this, I stood back and I said, well, hold on, but they're going to have to go to an ecologist anyway to work out whether any of the other criteria are triggered. So what's the difference? And I guess I want to just share that journey with you to see whether that's how you see it as well.
Yes. So mātauranga Māori are now, I guess, rongoa experts, rānanga, carving experts, they are experts, and so it's the same. If you're asking an ecologist for their expert advice, opinion, judgment, then same thing with our mātauranga Māori experts.
And for those who might be in a position of having to determine whether any area of Indigenous vegetation on their property is significant, because we and I can't say we've discussed it yet, we actually accede to that request and broaden the definition, that there would be a number of people available that they could seek advice from in that regard?
Yeah, so it would be dependent on the rohe that they're in, the hapu, the whānau who are tangata whenua, as to who those appropriate people would be. But yes, each iwi and hapu have cultural experts.
Fine. All right, no, I understand that now. Thank you for clarifying that. That's very helpful.
Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. Maria, I'm going to try and be brief here, if that's possible. Just two groups of questions. Waiting for the response.
Oh, sorry, I'm not on mute.
Two groups of questions. First, around protection. Identification, and then secondary around protection. So in terms of identification, Mr. Littlejohn's asked you a number of questions about eco policy P1, and I don't intend to repeat those. What I was wondering was, is clause 5 the relief that was specified in your submission notice, or is it an endeavour post the lodgement of your submission notice to define what Matarangi Maori would be in that context?
The latter. So as I kind of alluded to earlier, like in response to Commissioner Coughlin, is that we want Mātauranga Māori to be included in identification of significance. However, we recognise that for some, this is a very foreign concept, and so we're trying to provide the certainty that a plan expects and provides, I guess. So
that's good. That answers the question. In tackling the writing of that criterion, did I hear you say that you look to sections 6C, E, and 7A for guidance?
Yeah, in terms of how it fits under that wider framework, but then also in terms of some of the other the wording, we looked to some of the other policies, or the wording of the other policies as well, to try and get like a consistent kind of approach there.
Yes. Okay, so that policy is all predicated about identifying and mapping areas of significant Indigenous vegetation that meets one or more of the criteria. And so there were four broad criterion listed in the notified plan. You're asking for a fifth one, that where the current wording is a surrogate for the concept of Mātarangi Māori.
Correct. Acknowledging that it doesn't fully capture the relief sought by some of our hapu
understood.
Submissions, yeah.
Yes, simple yes, no answers, fine. What's your, as a planner, what's your view of the longevity or the use to which that policy is put? Is it solely a plan making policy?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's only a plan making policy. I think that, for example, like it's something that would be ongoing as part of the implementation of the plan as well. So, for example, subdivision which has areas of Indigenous biodiversity, discretionary subdivision, you might be able to say like, oh, okay, we've got this area of Indigenous biodiversity, is it significant? Or I don't know, how will we know? Oh, these are the policies that we can use to,
Understood that, and so that has some legs in terms of future application other than just supporting what was proposed in the notified plan.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
That's good. Okay. Moving on to the second and final area of questions on this, and that's the protection itself. You've analysed and given your critique of the ways in which the council have sought to give effect to these policies, and it's really a discussion of the role of SNAs versus the role of other legal covenants, whether they be QE2 covenants or Reserve Act covenants or covenants under the Conservation Act. And I think I heard you say that not to go down the SNA line would be a sort of a reduction of the council's responsibilities under Section 6C. Is that what you said?
So relying solely on SNAs as being the way to fulfil that those obligations under the Act, I think that's it's limiting because, for example, here in this plan we've got areas of significant So significant national areas being identified as being bush largely. There's no identification of specific habitat that's being protected, and wetlands, for example, are not scheduled. So,
and there may be a reason for that.
Yeah.
You heard earlier this morning.
Yes. But I guess just by ring fencing a whole lot of areas of Indigenous biodiversity and saying, okay, these are significant natural areas, we've done our job.
Yeah.
I think that more is required there. Yeah.
Yes. Up to you though, that's not what the council's done, is it? They've identified significant natural areas. They've had controls on IV clearance outside of significant natural areas, but which is in the coastal environment. And then they have a policy framework for dealing with resource consents, either at the subdivision stage or land use stage, which aren't required for IV clearance per se, but would trigger the policies such as policy P01 clause 5 that we talked about earlier. So it's a three-pronged approach, really, isn't it, that the council has? Not just reliance on SNA protection and scheduling.
I guess.
Do you see it differently?
I can see that there's so SNAs, identification of SNAs, rules that apply to IV in the coastal environment and in those identified SNAs, but to me there's a massive gap for any Indigenous vegetation or Indigenous habitat that's not in those areas. There's no protection for that because for one, there's no trigger for resource consent if you were to remove, for example, grasses bordering a wetland that might be habitat to specific to some species. There's no protection for that in the plan, and so I guess
that's the area I wanted to focus on. So it's that last area. I mean, what you're saying is there's no specific protection. Any protection would be through any resource consents required for earthworks or activities that might also involve the removal of indigenous vegetation. That's only where the policy under P01 would come into play outside of those scheduled SNAs and coastal environment areas, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
So do you not accept that that developments that trigger earthwork consents or other consents that might involve Indigenous vegetation would involve a robust policy assessment?
I accept that would, but I guess my concern is that we can't. Not all development goes through the correct channels, and so an example of this, it's not related to these particular provisions, but in the last few weeks we've had earthworks within the extent of a SASM, unconsented, and so the rules are there that should prevent this. They have not. This is under the current PDP provisions, and so even though we've done the work to get those provisions in there, we can't rely on.
Surely that's an enforcement issue. I mean, isn't the panel entitled to assume that the council will enforce procedures, and our role is to make sure that the rules are set at the right level and the policies are right, and then have not an unreasonable expectation that those would be followed, and if not, enforced.
I guess my perspective on this is that at what point, where would the enforcement come in? Because there's no rule that would trigger that would forbid what, for example, Indigenous vegetation clearance outside of a SNA or a CE. And so in the earthworks case, yeah, it is an enforcement issue, but here there would be no enforcement because there's no rule being broken. And so I guess that's the concern.
Okay, I'm going to wrap this up, but I guess what I'm interested in is what's the risk? And one of the there's two ways of looking at that. One is the spatial area that's covered or affected by the absence of rules. And the second is what's the risk that within that area there won't be rules, thresholds triggered that would enable the council to assess or apply a policy P01 to any resource consent that's lodged but doesn't necessarily relate to IV in the first instance. So there's two aspects of risk. What's the spatial area that's at risk? And I think last week most people I asked that question to agreed that it was the area that was on the eastern side of the landward line of the coastal environment. And I mean, would you adopt that area as a spatial line?
In terms of vegetation, yeah. But I guess the other risk is all the unidentified areas of Indigenous habitat that that are unknown because the plan doesn't.
That issue with habitat though is across the board, isn't it? I mean,
correct.
Yeah. Regardless of whether it's an identified SNA or not.
Yes. So I guess I'm saying that the risk spatially, in terms of vegetation, I agree with you in terms of the outside of SNA, but the eastward boundary of the.
Okay. So
habitat is across the district.
Okay, sorry to mean to interrupt. I've asked Macbeth to provide a plan identifying that spatial area. So I don't have any concept of how large it is or how small it is, and I'm not sure whether you do either.
I wouldn't be able to give you like an area.
No, but it might form a useful basis. It might form a useful basis for some of the future planning conferencing that's undertaken. Okay, but what the Act tells us is where there's uncertain information and that we need to understand what the risk is of acting, intervening through rules such as the Rule 6 that you've adopted from the Department of Conservation Submission. Sorry, it might not be Rule 6, but the rules might not be Rule 6, but it's the vegetation clearance rule generally, and what the risk of not having that rule is. And I'm not, again, not a criticism. I'm just not seeing any evidence that addresses that risk. There was some questioning of Mr. Phillips yesterday, I think that's his name, who had a long association with the QET Trust and is recently retired. And he talked about swings and roundabouts, or that might have been the term that the chair used. That yes, there will be some out there, but there's some that that have been identified that may not have been qualified for protection. So he seemed to be comfortable with the risk profile. That's something we're going to have to address, and it's something we've invited all planners to do in terms of their Section 32 AA assessment, to tell us what risks are of acting and not acting, and what the costs and benefits of those actions are. And I'm just seeing a paucity of information on that risk. I'm not focusing on you at all, Maria, but that's something that the panel is really going to have to look very closely at in terms of a recommendation on whether to adopt a rule such as the Department of Conservation's rule and Forest and Birds rule, and the one that you've suggested also. Any comment on that concept?
Yeah, well, I acknowledge that I did not prepare a specific table in terms of the 32AA evaluation, so yeah, apologies for that. But yeah, I think so. My thoughts on that around risk is that, there's been discussion throughout the hearing about it, is that I guess there's that the direction of travel in terms of the RMA repeal review and the draft MPS IB. I guess from my perspective, the risk that the council's is that there's inadequate protection in the plan or there's inadequate provisions for Indigenous biodiversity protection, and that in the interim between the plan being notified and the MPS IB being brought, given effect to, the risk there is, so for one, I think it's around timing in terms of when these provisions come into play, will they be, sorry, I'm not explaining this well. I guess that there's the risk that there's a lack of protection, and then during that interim time where there's potentially substandard protection for Indigenous biodiversity, there's a plan that results in provisions that are less stringent than the MPS IB, and so council would have to revisit those provisions after the MPS. On the flip side of that is if we have provisions that are more stringent than the MPS IB, I don't see that as being a bad thing. I don't necessarily think that would be the case, but I wouldn't see that as being a negative thing, especially when viewed in terms of the strategic direction that the plan's set. So I don't, in terms of the loss of Indigenous biodiversity, there's that 10% Indigenous biodiversity cover that's been thrown around as being like the minimum or what's required, and I'm not overly familiar with those arguments, so I can't speak to any more detail, but I think that meeting the bare minimum isn't enough. If we're going for restoration and reconnection, then why are we accepting the bare minimum? That's my thoughts on that.
Thank you. Just one final question here. In assessing risk, how much weight should we put on a comment that you made earlier about you not being aware of large-scale IV clearance as a result of the absence of rules since the plan's been notified?
I think, my experience, I've been in my role for 2 months, so that's part of why I'm not aware of any instances of Indigenous vegetation clearance, so I don't know that you'd give a lot of weight to that.
That's fine. Thank you. I found that really useful. Hopefully it wasn't too challenging. We need to be certain of the evidential basis. That's why I asked the questions. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. Maria, I have a few more questions. And just, I suppose, to put your mind at ease, the reason we're having a long conversation with you is because we're really interested in your evidence and your views and where the emissions are coming from a planning perspective. So please don't worry about the long discussion. So look, I want to come back to your paragraph 42, and just so I can clarify, I mentioned yesterday, I think when Commissioner McMahon was talking about Mr. Beard's property up at the top of Mount Messenger, and there's various ways forward that he might have. But my understanding is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've thought about the significant areas aspect as it relates to New Plymouth District, and I can see five categories of protection being discussed. The first one is through a mapped SNA that's being proposed in the plan, which takes on board the criteria that have been applied. The second area is through covenants, mainly QE2, but maybe under the Conservation Act. And the proposal here is that if private land is protected by a covenant, it then is not doubled up by a mapped SNA, because the council's position is that it has protection and that meets the purpose of section 6C. That's number 2. Number 3 is areas that are protected under special legislation, primarily the National Parks Act and the Reserves Act. And my understanding is that those aren't included as mapped SNAs. Correct?
The national parks are not mapped as SNAs.
Yes.
And the reserves, there is some reserve land.
Some.
Sort of snuck in, but that was the intention.
The intention was that, so that's the third area. The fourth area being contended is where there's some other biodiversity management plan in place through an agency, Taranaki Regional Council, or a private trust. It's being contested as a separate item. And the fifth item is any areas that aren't covered by any of those, privately owned, that might be out there somewhere. Is that a fair summary?
Yes. Yep.
And my understanding of your position is, in terms of 1, you accept that the mapped SNAs, that's a good thing and support that. In terms of 2, the covenants, you think they should also be mapped and not be just left to be protected by the covenants. That's your position.
Potentially.
Yes.
Unless there was a kind of catch-all that captured Indigenous biodiversity not within the scheduled SNAs. So,
Okay,
for
so
example,
that could be captured by the general rule.
Yeah.
as
So
well.
if
General clearance rule, let's call it.
if there's a general clearance rule, it could mean that those other so groups 2 and 3, 2
Two's the covenants, 3 is the national parks.
covenants and covenants, other legislation or planning,
national parks and reserves, let's call
reserves,
it
that kind of stuff, and then private covenants could be
private biodiversity management plans.
that could be captured under a
general clearance
rule potentially, if that were.
But just so I'm clear, are you proposing that the Area 3, the National Park and the National Parks Act or Reserves Act, those should also be mapped as SNAs as a double protection?
No.
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 So it's just the private land you're looking at as a double protection is your evidence, I think.
Yeah, I guess those other pieces of legislation, for example, the national parks, so there's movement in that, as we heard from Jamie yesterday around Maunga negotiations that potentially provide for a closer involvement of hapu and tangata whenua. And so, whereas other private arrangements don't necessarily allow for that, and so similarly with some of the reserves and how the reserves are managed, there's less of an opportunity for iwi and hapu involvement. So yes and no.
Okay.
I guess we recognise that there are other legislation that controls some of these areas, but consider that the RMA processes allow for more meaningful engagement potentially for hapu.
So would a general clearance rule as proposed by DOC based on an area and criteria, would that also apply to national park land within the district?
Yep.
That's in your view, that would cover, so DOC themselves would be, I think the term is hoisted by their own petard if that was a, yes.
Yep.
Okay, that's the way you would see it?
Correct, yes.
Okay, that's a very interesting discussion. Well, now I want to turn to something quite different. I've taken the opportunity to pace this room, and I'm looking at the two proposals, one from DOC, which is 100 square metres of clearance over every 10 years, and I've paced this room and it's about 15 metres by 25 or 30. About half this room size would be the 100 square metres.
I think the dock one's 250 metres over 5 years, and the forest and bird.
Yes, that's right. I'm just starting with the forest and bird one.
Mm-hmm.
So 100 metres over 10 years. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a double garage.
Okay, I'm just getting a spatial image of what that means. So 100 square metres is 10 by 10, correct? If I say that's roughly half the size of this room, that's what the request is. Yes?
From Forest and Birds submission,
Yes.
yeah.
And DOC is about the size of this room every 5 years. So just really quite a small area, isn't it?
I think that depends, I guess, on where it is, what context it's in,
Okay.
what's around it, connection to other areas of Indigenous biodiversity, distance from that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, just rounding that out, and it's something I'm going to ask Dr. Herbert about when she reports back tomorrow, is we've had evidence that there has been ecological surveys all over New Plymouth District for at least 20 or 30 years, building up the knowledge base of what's here, particularly in terms of Indigenous vegetation. And my question was going to be, some of those areas that are mapped as SNA seem to be really, really small. We looked at Mr. Beard's one, we looked at some others, urban ones, so they are quite small. So and ask her about, was there any size limit on, was something too small to be coherent? So it's just this relationship between how the ecologists map, what they've taken from all this information that they have gathered over, say, 30 years, looking at what might be too small to be coherent as a SNA in terms of its values, I suppose. So that's probably more of a signal for you, Sarah, listening in your commentary, but it's really, we're dealing, would you accept we're dealing at quite small parcels of land, and does it make any difference in your planning view?
No. I guess coming from, based on some of the kōrero that Māori shared, it's not necessarily around the size of an area. The size of an area or the age of an area doesn't necessarily translate into a lack of significance or the rating there. And so I guess from Mātauranga Māori perspective, the size of an area is just one consideration. It's not, it doesn't remove the significance of an area of Indigenous vegetation.
So if you look at Eco P1, as you have suggested, be amended with the addition of your number 5, you just take a read of the introduction. So this relates to any area where it meets one or more of the following criteria. So in terms of that answer there, you could be dealing, in terms of the 5, with areas even much smaller than 100 square metres that could be significant. Is that right?
Potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we also heard from the ecologists the whole discussion, and particularly from Forest and Bird and Doc, that the focus has been on bush, Indigenous areas, but I suppose I've got to answer an open question because I know the answer, but I'll answer it as an open question. Are you aware of non-bush areas that contain areas of important habitat for Indigenous species?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples of what those might be?
As Mari mentioned earlier, so Manuka, Kanuka, and so there's a lot of vegetation outside of Manuka and Kanuka vegetation outside of SNAs where they are important habitats. There's also wetlands. There's also, if we want to think broadly, it's water bodies. Water bodies are areas of Indigenous, they contain and provide Indigenous habitats. So if we're thinking about Indigenous habitat and areas of vegetation or environments that provide Indigenous habitat, we can look from water bodies, wetlands, the connections between the wetlands and the bush, the ngahere, through riparian planting, through kanuka manuka stands and those kinds of things.
What about non-Indigenous vegetation and that being habitat for Indigenous fauna? Is that covered? Pine forests, Are you aware that
Yeah.
in the east coast, pine forest is quite an important habitat for kiwi?
Yeah, so, and I don't know the background, but potentially that's why areas of significant Indigenous habitat haven't been identified, because it could include a wide range of non-Indigenous vegetation, which, considering the existing opposition to SNAs, may exacerbate those public opinions around.
But it is covered, isn't it? It's supposed to be covered. You look at Eco P13A.
Yeah. Yep.
So that could include every single area of the Plymouth district, couldn't it?
Yeah. When I say not identified, I mean in a schedule, as opposed to not the plan not providing for that.
Okay. But if the plan has a general rule around ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity, potentially if you took it to the real extreme, it could be everywhere. Skinks, lizards.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, thank you for that. It's been quite a long section, quite an important section for the panel. Shall we move on to your next section, which is F, natural features and landscapes?
Our submissions, or the Kahui submission regarding the ONFL chapter, focuses on the inclusion of pukeiti and mikotahi in existing ONFLs, and the exemption for network utilities in ONFLs. So broadly we agree with the, we agree with and support the recommendation to include mikotahi in the Paratutu Ngamotu Tapuai ONFL. And our other submission point regarding pukeiti was that it be included as part of the Taranaki Maunga ONFL, acknowledging that there was an issue of scope with our initial submission and then further submission. So our request is of council that that pukeiti be included in the ONFL, whether that's through limited re-notification, as mentioned by Ms. Wakaira yesterday, or whether that's through a plan variation to I guess make that a cleaner process. I'll come back to pukeiti, but in terms of our point regarding exemption for network utilities, the exemption of network utilities from the rules means that the ability to consider effects on the overall landscape is removed, and so while I can understand the desire to provide for and enable some of those key functions from network utilities, I still think there needs to be it needs to be removed from that that permitted list, so that there's the opportunity to consider effects on the overall landscape. With regard returning to Pukeiti, that our main, I guess, the driver for including Pukeiti and in the ONFL is that we're seeking. It's for me, it's the same kind of scenario as mikotahi in that it forms the landscape. And as we heard from Jamie Tuta yesterday, is that the ngā maunga extend beyond that that survey line drawn on a map however many years ago, and it extends right out to ngā motu, and the exclusion of Pukeiti from that landscape does not make sense in terms of a te ao Māori view, a mātauranga Māori view, the interconnectedness of the maunga and the relationships that Taranaki iwi katoa have with our maunga, and I guess we're seeking for that landscape as a whole to be protected. It's not about so Pukeiti in and of itself is significant and is important, but it's that landscape protection that we're trying to that we're wanting protection for. You can't separate, or you can't divorce Pukeiti from the other maunga. They're all together. There's, they're viewed as interconnected, and so we seek for that relationship on that landscape scale to be recognised in the plan, and yeah. Anything else? Yeah.
All right, we'll go through the normal order. Commissioner Coffin.
Thank you. I've just two particular areas of questions. First one is at paragraph 61, and I just want to make sure that I haven't missed anything. And has there been an assessment, a landscape assessment for Te Maunga Taranaki, including Pukeiti?
No.
Okay, that's fine. So it's not like an appendix that I've missed in the reading. Okay.
No.
That's fine. Thank you. Just turning now to paragraph 71 onwards there, 71 and 72, just regarding restricting public access. And I'm reasonably familiar with the preparation of reserve management plans under the Reserves Act. And it seems to me that restricting public access, particularly in regards to sites of significance, is quite often, that's not an unusual thing to do. Like you're managing public access on a number of those different classifications of reserves. And I had another look at the classification or types of provisions that relate to the different classifications for recreation reserves, historic, scenic, nature, scientific, and purpose reserves and local purpose reserves. And it seemed to be, from my reading, recreation reserves are the one that are probably the most problematic, because they don't really necessarily have some specific provisions for sites of significance or particular sites that are cultural significance in them. And they would, and the other plans do, and you'd normally expect them to be dealt with through a management plan. Notwithstanding, if there isn't a management plan, then there's sort of it's a bit of a gaping hole. And I just looking specifically at Haurangapa, which is the subject of evidence this morning that we received, is there a management plan for that part? And also, do you know what the classification of the reserve is?
No, I'm not aware. I believe it's council-owned reserve, so I'm not sure if it's scenic or what exactly, and I'm not aware of a reserve management plan. I can't speak to that, sorry.
I just saw Mr. Manu's just stood up behind you. I didn't know whether he was standing up to answer my question or help. Are you able to help Mr. Manu, just in terms of the class? Do you know what the classification of the reserve is?
As far as I know, World Road is a reservation.
Yes.
But of course, the site itself is Māori freehold land.
Ah, okay. Thank you for that clarification. Well, that's very helpful. Thank you. I didn't have any further questions in that regard then. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat, and we can probably wrap up H and G and final questions.
Yeah, look, I've got no further questions of Ms. Whakapura. It's been very helpful.
Thank you. Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. Just one question. Maria, I've got a question regarding the deletion of the term network utilities in NFL 3 on your Appendix 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's on page 11 of the attachment. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
I wasn't sure whether you were seeking to what the purpose of that was. Whether it was, I mean, the way I'd read that rule was that it was providing for the maintenance repair of network utilities as opposed to new network utilities. Had you read that differently?
No, so maintenance and repair, but I note that it includes earthworks associated with the maintenance and repair of those
yes,
those structures or the infrastructure.
So and the same applies though to earthworks associated with fence lines and tracks and other undefined structures too. You haven't sought to delete that provision for those. I'm just wondering what the rationale is.
So depending on the network utility in question, so the amount of earthworks for fencing potentially is has a less significant footprint than those involved with repair or maintenance of network utilities, especially considering here like infrastructure underground.
Yeah. Do we actually know that? Do we know that though? Does the rule tell us that? There's no metrics in the rule at all.
No.
So that's your assumption that the earthworks associated with the maintenance and repair of existing network utilities would be greater than the earthworks associated with fence lines, tracks, and other structures.
Based on the advice from our hapu and our people on the ground that have been observers or aware of these kind of activities, yes.
You'd expect that we would also need to verify that the network utility operator is concerned also.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, sir.
And you'll be pleased to know I have no further questions as well. Thank you very much for your assistance, Maria. It's been a long session, over a couple of hours, so you've done very well.
I do have a few more things
to cover. Okay, you go.
So regarding public access, we would support, or we request that a policy be included where providing for the restriction of public access where it isn't appropriate. So, for example, the Hauranga Pā example talked about earlier, but also the recommendation within the 42A report to not provide a public access corridor up to Te Korupā, and so this ties in with what Commissioner Coffin was saying regarding access managed by reserve management plans. So Te Korupā was returned to Te Kahui o Taranaki as part of the treaty settlement process, and is managed by Te Kahui under a reserve management plan produced last year. And recently there was a site visit by Hapu and Wānanga to talk about their aspirations for that site, and Hapu considered that public access to Te Korupā is not appropriate, and that could be managed as part of the reserve management plan. This was for a number of reasons, but to give a bit of context, Te Korupā is an archaeological site that is very old, that contains some really well preserved. It's a really well preserved pā that has a lot of rua pit. It has special building features, I guess you would call them, that are at risk if public access were to be provided. And while Te Korupā has an added layer of protection in that there is a reserve management plan in place for that, for other sites of significance or culturally important areas, often those mechanisms aren't available to hapu and iwi to restrict access. And so it's our submission that a policy, that the district plan has that ability to restrict public access where it is inappropriate, and we're requesting that that this be included. I do have a few other points that I'd like to make. Just reiterating some of the kōrero shared yesterday and today, but particularly yesterday by Te Pohi and Jamie regarding interconnectedness. And Ms. Wakaira also discussed this in terms of the MPS FM 2020 and ki tai ki uta, and the integrated approach required under the MPS FM. From a Te Ao Māori perspective, carving up the environment or the tile into discrete chunks is illogical, and that lens has informed the presentation or the preparation of much of the evidence that you've heard over the last 2 days from the tangata whenua submitters. So, for example, divorcing waterbodies from SNAs or other areas of Indigenous biodiversity means that you're not looking at the full picture. So most areas of Indigenous biodiversity are along waterbodies and are interconnected, and habitat is within waterbodies. Similarly with Pukaiti, in the district plan currently being separate from Te Kahui Tupua, and then Te Kahui Tupua, the maunga, ngā maunga is being dissociable from ngā wai, rivers, areas of Indigenous biodiversity from a Māori resource management practitioner perspective, doesn't make sense. And so I guess this is a reiteration of that interconnectedness, the significance or the importance of mātauranga Māori in this space, and the ability of this plan to meaningfully provide for a lot of those things that hapu and iwi tangata whenua submitters have been asking for. In terms of one of the comments yesterday raised regarding notification statements in the plan regarding particular provisions, Te Kāhui submission doesn't have scope to request that relief, but it's useful to know, to note going forward. But notwithstanding that, I think there's the plan has the role to set expectations and ask the right questions so that plan users are aware of, I guess, the informational requirements if they are going to be making an application. And so it's my opinion that if the plan does set those expectations or the right questions, I guess, in that policy framework, then it provides council with the ability, I guess, to Section 88 incomplete applications that don't address all of those matters, or to allow for identification of hapu and iwi through Section 95A to F. So there's those, while notification statements are definitely useful, and unfortunately our scope doesn't extend to that, but I think there are other ways that the plan can kind of set that clear expectation around having complete applications that address the breadth of concerns or matters that the plan sets out or anticipates an application will deal with, as well as providing for the ability to identify hapu iwi as affected parties. Yeah, I think that's all.
That's all. Yeah, just I don't have any further questions, but perhaps just a comment about your evidence as a professional planner. There's a fine line between representing a submitter as an advocate and one as a expert witness. But when you use terms like our submission, we would normally expect an expert to talk about my opinion when my evidence is this. It's just, we understand, this is what a reasonably new experience, but just particularly when you get to the courts and things, people will pick up on those things. But because you're representing your iwi organisation, it's not always a problem, but it can be a fine line. So just a comment there, really.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
So I think, was there any more questions on the last matters covered by Ms. Okaparao? No. All right. I think we will take afternoon tea now. 10 minutes, 5 to 4. Enough time for a stop and a cup of tea. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. There was quite a short break, wasn't it? Ms. Marco, are we coming back to you or Ms. Bellamy?
Casey. Bellamy.
Well, Casey, welcome back.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and to those here today. I'd like to commend our tangata whenua submitters on their presentations. That was very good. Ko Taranaki te maunga, ko Tukumaru te waka, ko Waitara, ko Manganui, ko Waiongana, ko Huatoki ngā awa, ko Ngāti Maru, ko Tiati awa ngā iwi, ko Pukingangi ora, ko Pukitapu, ko Ngāti Te Whiti ngā hapu, ko Casey Bellamy toko ingoa, e pautai au hau mō te koteitanga o Tiati awa. My name is Casey Bellamy, and I'm an Environmental Policy Advisor for Te Koteitanga o Tiati awa Trust. I've prepared the planning evidence on the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity in the public access chapters of the proposed district plan on behalf of Te Koteitanga. I've prepared a brief summary of my evidence to present today and speak to some of the matters raised throughout the hearings. In relation to Te Mano Te Wai, recognising the interconnectedness of all aspects of the environment, ki uta ki tai, in my view, the concept of Te Mano Te Wai is relevant to both the ecosystems and the public access chapters of the proposed district plan. In relation to the Section 42A report recommendations, I consider there are 5 outstanding issues on the submissions and further submissions made by Te Koteitanga on the ecosystems chapter. These relate to provision for the use of mātauranga Māori and the identification of SNAs, the inclusion of a rule to protect Indigenous habitats and ecosystems which are not identified as scheduled SNA, the retention of policies Eco P3 and Eco P4 as notified, particularly the retention of the avoid policy, the recommended changes to rule Eco R2, and the retention of rules Eco R5 and Eco R6 as notified. In relation to the public access chapter, there is one outstanding issue on the submission made by Te Koteitanga, which relates to the inclusion of a policy which recognises that public access corridors are inappropriate in certain locations and should therefore be avoided. Going to mātauranga Māori, in my view, explicitly providing within the planning framework for the use of mātauranga Māori and the identification of SNA is consistent with the following higher order guidance and documents. So Section 6C, Section 6E of the Resource Management Act, as well as Section 7A and 7E, I think it is, which relates to the intrinsic values of ecosystems. Then the strategic direction of the proposed district plan, specifically strategic objectives 8, TW8 and TW10, and NE7 and NEU1. The tangata whenua objectives and policies of the Taranaki Regional Policy Statement, particularly REL1, REL5, REL Policy 8, that was Policy 5, sorry, and then CSV Objective 1 and CSV Policies 1 to 3. The Te Tai o Tāne Tokorangi Policy 2.4 of Tai Whenua Tai Tangata Tai Ao, the Te Atiawa Iwi Management Plan, which the Council is required to take into account under Section 74 of the Act. And I also consider it is consistent with the new Direction for Resource Management and the exposure draft MBA, which seek to provide greater opportunities for Māori participation in resource management processes. In relation to a rule to give effect to Policy Eco P2 or a general Indigenous vegetation clearance rule, Te Koteitanga supported the DOC submission which sought to include a rule for vegetation disturbance outside of SNA to give effect to policy Eco P2. In my view, to ensure the protection and maintenance of ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity in the district, a general clearance rule for all Indigenous vegetation is required to avoid further decline in habitats and ecosystems throughout the district. In Ms. Yosen's evidence for DOC, reference was made to other district plans around the country which include rules for Indigenous vegetation clearance outside of SNAs. I consider there is a risk of not providing a general Indigenous vegetation clearance where landowners clear remaining areas of low value SNA, which it was acknowledged throughout the hearings were excluded from scheduled SNA under the plan, as well as other areas of Indigenous habitat and ecosystems, to avoid these areas being identified as significant natural areas and regulated by SNA rules in the future. And I also consider that no protection for Indigenous vegetation not in the coastal environment or identified as SNA perpetuates the status quo, which risks continued decline, where maintenance and protection is required under Section 6C of the Act. In relation to policies Eco P3 and Eco P4, Te Kotaitanga supported the retention of policies Eco P3 and Eco P4 as notified. The Section 42A report has recommended changes to Policy 3 and the deletion and replacement of Policy 4 with a new policy. In relation to Policy Eco P4, I consider there to be limited circumstances where the clearance of Indigenous vegetation in SNA is appropriate, and I consider the existing exemptions as notified cover the clearance activities which are appropriate in SNA, acknowledging throughout the hearings of some minor modifications for clarity which may be required. Then in relation to Rule Eco R2, vegetation disturbance associated with the upgrading of network utilities is covered as a permitted activity under the recommended R2 in the Section 42A report. In my view, upgrades should not be included in the permitted standards as they have the potential to affect a much wider area than maintenance, repair or operating activities. In my view, new activities should not be covered by exemptions either. And in relation to rules Eco R5 and Eco R6, Te Kotaitanga supported the retention of Eco R5 and Eco R6. And on further reading of the recommended changes to Eco R5 and Eco R6 in the Section 42A report, I consider that if the activity status under Eco R5 were non-compliant instead of discretionary, if the controlled activity conditions cannot be met, that a similar outcome would be achieved in practice to how the rules have been applied under the proposed district plan as notified. As I read it, the recommended Eco R5 will also provide landowners an opportunity to protect SNA via an ecological management plan without the need for a conservation covenant, which has been highlighted as a concern to a number of landowners throughout these hearings. And then in relation to the public access corridors chapter, the submission from Te Kotaitanga sought an avoidance policy to specify areas where public access is inappropriate and should be avoided, and I support it. That concludes my summary of evidence.
Thank you for that summary, Casey. We'll move to Commissioner Coffin for any questions, please.
Thank you. I think you've got the long straw, because many of the questions that I had have kind of all been answered by your predecessor. Notwithstanding that, I just had some questions, particularly regards your brief. And I'll start with some of the more general ones. So, obviously, we're convening these hearings under the Resource Management Act and looking at a district plan that's been prepared under those auspices. And you've mentioned upcoming legislation and also the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. Would you accept that, in terms of the hearings panel, we're really having to, not necessarily limit, but we're certainly making recommendations within the auspices of the RMA?
Yes.
Just looking to your submission, and just looking firstly at your, this is key issue 3, Mātauranga Māori. And I've asked questions of previous experts and also your colleague in regards to the Mātauranga Māori being incorporated into the eco chapter. And it would be remiss if I didn't give you an opportunity to further provide a description of your perspectives in regards to that. So looking specifically at the Eco P1 Edition 5 criteria, did you have a particular view in regards to the appropriateness of the particular wording, and also the discussion we'd had with Ms. Hokopoura in regards to the journey that we're going on in terms of where we are at the present time?
Yeah, so in terms of the wording, I'm not married to that particular wording. That was recommended as a more specific way to address Mātauranga Māori. I thought just including Mātauranga Māori as a assessment as a criteria on its own could be too broad. I had initially just in Mātauranga Māori, but then thought we'd add some specificity to that.
Yes.
Yes, so there's the Māori tools that are available that Marlene in the evidence for Ngāti Mū from yesterday touched on. There is also the policy in the Wellington Regional Policy Statement, which uses, in the identification of SNA, it includes tangata whenua values. So that is another maybe more process-based tool. And then also in my paragraph 24, I have referred to one in the NPS Indigenous Biodiversity around identifying taonga species and ecosystems in conjunction with local authorities.
Mm. Just on that point, so you haven't recommended that be a particular provision in it. You've just noted that that's in the draft MPSIB.
Yeah, so there's reference to a process that could be used that also incorporates Mātauranga.
Did I hear rightly? I think this is just in regards to paragraph 20. I think, and it was in the summary. You were saying that giving some of the reasons that we should be considering the inclusion of Mātauranga Māori in these particular chapters was as a directive of some of those Part 2 matters. And I was writing something else down, and did I hear you say section 6C, 6C, 7A, and 7D? Is that correct?
Yes.
And what brought you to that conclusion? Are you relying on anybody else's evidence, or is that your opinion?
In terms of the intrinsic value of ecosystems, I think that has been demonstrated throughout the tangata whenua submitted evidence, and also our the relationship with ancestral lands, taonga, sites.
My apologies, I'm not quite picking up on the body language because you're actually fuzzy on my screen. I get to see fuzzy people with long hair. I can't actually
I
tell.
think you need your glasses on, Commissioner.
I can't tell if you've actually finished speaking on body language. There's this awkward silence. I'm thinking, I think he's just finished. Okay, I'll carry on to my next question. I was just wondering if you're familiar at all with the regional policy statement.
Reasonably familiar with the Taranaki regional policy statement.
Were you able to find any particular policy direction in regional policy statement regards mātauranga Māori, or it might not be in those particular words, te ao Māori perspectives or Māori values related to Indigenous biodiversity?
So it's the section 16 of the regional policy statement addresses tangata whenua matters, and on review I thought it was there's cultural and spiritual values provisions that I think cover mātauranga matters, but also the relationship objectives and policies as well.
Thank you. I've got a question. This is actually at the very end of your evidence. It's at paragraph 54, just that sentence there. This is something that's come up during these hearings. We've had recommendations from tangata whenua submitters, and in many cases they've been accepted by the Section 42A report writers in regards to the use of tangata whenua and Māori. And in those instances where submitters have said they'd like tangata whenua being used, it's been used, but other instances where the use of the term Māori is related to the legislation, in particular Section 6E, the term Māori has been used. Did you have I know we'll probably deal with this on the sweep up, but that's next year. And I just wondered whether you had an early view, preliminary view in regards to the use of those terms, particularly tangata whenua and Māori.
My personal view is I'd probably defer that to other hapu submitters to determine which terms they considered were most appropriate. But I think we might come to perhaps a collective understanding of that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about not only just making it meaningful and accurate in the provisions in the chapters, but also it's consistent across the plan. That's the reason for my question, rather than anything, any particular provision saying whether that's the right term or not, but just as general principles. Thank you. That was all my questions I had.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Littlejohn.
Kia ora. Just two matters from me. Well, actually, probably just one. It comes, I've written in your evidence where we're talking about you're supportive of policies in the network utilities chapter to guide overall consenting considerations. And this is where I think you're talking about the retention of policies Eco P3 and Eco P4, and then you go on to talk about the proposed rule that would be I guess the catch-all rule for Indigenous vegetation. And I guess I wanted to just talk to you about whether you see any scope for creating, I guess, a middle ground between permitted and non-complying in the vegetation space, in the eco chapter,